listening to the Northern Hunter Podcast, home of all things hunting, fishing, and outdoors in Alaska. All right, everybody, welcome back to the show. My name is James Payne, and today is going to be a very awesome episode. We've got Mo working the controls as usual. Dalton's here, along with Chris for this episode, and we are all sitting down with our good friend, Maxwell Stepp. Thank you very much for joining us again.
Man, thanks for having me. What is up, guys? Good to see you.
Hey, just living life, trying to get through this summer in one piece, trying to get a little bit of sleep along the way. It's not working out so well.
No sleep till Christmas.
Yeah.
That's what the winter's for.
Exactly. We are living out the whole saying that Alaskans sleep in the wintertime. That is for sure.
Except we don't.
Yeah, not even then, really.
Just sleep when I have to.
Yeah. Trapping, predator hunting, ice fishing.
I just finalized deer camp dates.
Did you?
Yeah. So I don't get any sleep until Christmas.
No. But
it's ridiculous.
It's still a lot of fun.
It's a riot.
It's what we live for.
It's a riot.
We would all, I try to remember that sometimes. I'm like, when I'm just out of my mind, busy, and I haven't had a moment's peace to like just sit down and like hang out with my wife for an evening or something like that. Like you've got all this stuff going on, and I'm just like, I did it to myself. Mm-hmm. And it's because when I do have those moments of peace, I'm just sitting there thinking about all the other stuff I have to do,
Yep.
or like I should be doing something.
Yep.
But that's what it takes to live here. So
if I didn't have anything else to do, like hunting and backpacking and fishing in this state, I wouldn't live in Alaska.
Exactly, I'd be somewhere warm, dude.
I would live in like Florida or something,
right?
In the swamps in Florida. You know,
that would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still away from people.
I would live somewhere you can mow down hogs on the back of a side-by-side. That's where I would live.
Well, but see, the whole idea is, though, if you're not a hunter and a fisherman.
Oh, true.
Because a lot of those guys do wish that they could hunt in Alaska like we do.
True.
If I wasn't a hunter or a fisherman, then I would live
You
somewhere a
probably
lot
Chicago.
warmer.
Maybe with what we're going to talk about today. Do a little swappy, huh?
You keep that C word out of your name.
I want to live with...
Say no to Chicago.
Go figure out wherever Amos Moses lived in.
Old Amos Moses.
Yeah. Down in Louisiana or something like that.
Louisiana Bayou.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Named after a man of the clout. Called him Amos Moses.
Chris is looking at us like he's never heard that song before.
You know what I was just thinking about is I listened to the last episode and I wasn't here, and I was like, I like listening to these guys.
Kind of takes all the starch out
brought
when
it
you're
back, you know?
Yeah, kind of like takes all the starch out when you're not here, huh?
I don't know. I enjoy it. I enjoyed it. It's like the old days before I got wrapped up with you guys.
Ah, yes.
Well, I appreciate that you're here, and I appreciate that you're here as well, Maxwell, because we're going to talk about guiding, getting into guiding. That season's coming around the corner. Some silly stories that you guys have encountered. Don't worry, we're not going to be name dropping anybody unless it was really that bad.
Yeah, well.
But
Bob from California, tune in.
You've got a Bob from California too? Oh man.
Same guy.
I think he used to be my neighbor.
No, but it's cool because we've got big game guides in the room. We've got waterfowl fishing guide in the room. So it's going to be a fun time to listen to kind of all aspects of guiding in Alaska and how similar some of the stories you guys have are, I'm sure. And you've done some big game guiding yourself as well, Maxwell, correct?
Yeah, like enough to scratch the surface of probably what Dalton's done.
Mm-hmm.
Like a scratch and sniff guiding.
Very much so. Yeah. I got actually, I never told you this, but did you get your guide's license out of a Cracker Jack box too? That's about how I got my big game.
Was it Cheerios or...
no, it was Cracker Jack.
Yeah.
Cracker Jack.
Honey Bunches of Oats is where I got mine.
I got Cracker Jack. It came with a puzzle. It said, identify which sheep is legal.
No, we're...
You had to mark.
Have you seen all the memes going around about it's like the 3 pictures of Winnie the Pooh, and the top one he's in like a tuxedo, and it's guides who pass on 8-year-old full curl rams that don't have mass, and he's like in a tuxedo, and then the next one is him not on a tuxedo, and it's like guides that shoot rams that are 8 years old or 9 years old with little mass. And then the bottom one is like Winnie the Pooh with no tucks and like big buck teeth and like a weird look on his face. And it's resident hunters that shoot 7-year-old barely full curl rams. I sent that to like 15 people. I don't know why that's so funny, but it's a good
funny.
meme.
It's funny because it's true.
Yeah.
It's yeah.
I like the ones of him when he's he hears the noises outside.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, this is your friendly reminder that even Winnie the Pooh stayed strapped.
He's got that little pop gun.
His
Yeah.
PJs.
He's going out to check for intruders. I was like, yeah.
I hear a rumbly in my tumbly.
Right. The good
Does that
old
mean Winnie the
days.
Pooh is politically incorrect?
No, it just means he's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
just like
carrying
Yosemite
a
Sam
gun,
used to
like-
be.
Winnie the Pooh and Elmer Fudd have formed an alliance.
Dude, if you saw, like, go back and watch some of the original Looney Tunes, dude.
Oh,
This
I've-
was
oh, I
awesome.
have.
Dude,
Oh,
did
they're
I
great.
send you? Did
They
I
are
send
so
you that?
Yeah, you did.
Dude, yeah, we can't
We
talk
can't-
about that here,
no.
but you
Yeah.
guys will figure it out
Bugs
if you know
Bunny
what
is
we're.
it's too crude for this show.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. I know which one you're talking about.
yeah.
One
Anybody with a
little,
little
two,
bit
little
of,
three.
Yep, that's the one.
anybody with a little internet ability can
Yeah.
go recon what we're talking about.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
Bugs
good. We
Bunny,
can't go
American
through here,
West
but
cartoon.
The
yeah.
original Looney Tunes was awesome.
Yeah.
but-
Dude, it's so funny. Like just being like an '80s kid. Like
Mhm.
just all the stuff that's just so unacceptable now. And like you would think that I was like 90 years old to see this like
Yeah.
progression, right?
Yep.
It's so great. Like
Yeah.
it's
No, we've
so
had
nuts.
a huge change in society in the last 20 years.
It's
Mhm.
it's
oh, it's been
it's
insane.
sad.
Just even in the last 8 years.
Yeah.
Society has changed drastically.
Kids these days have never watched the original 1940s black and white Little Rascals. Let that one sink in.
Jungle Book.
Yeah.
Jungle
Yeah.
Book. I mean,
The old one.
Yep.
A buddy of mine and I were talking the other day. He's like, remember like when we became buddies? And I'm like, no, I don't. And he's like, we just got in that big old scrap getting off the school bus. And like, we just sat next to each other on the school bus for like forever after that. I'm like, oh yeah, dude.
Because
Just don't even think about that kind of stuff. Like,
Yeah.
Well,
it's just like that, like
no.
that camaraderie you
Yeah,
develop.
it's how it
Well,
is.
and some
how
of,
it
I mean,
used to
a
be.
lot of it's just the group you allow, that you grow up in. Because like even my nephew, I mean, he's older now, but I used to, for a while, I lived with my brother and my nephew up here, and he was about your son's age now, Chris, Maddie's age, and we used to watch the original Red Dawn all the time.
Oh, yeah.
It was like his favorite movie. It's one of my favorite movies. Like old Swayze films are awesome, man.
Classic Pets.
And like Next to Kin, another great one. Like that's a great movie. But like we would watch Red Dawn all the time, and his whole thing, kind of like how you ask Addy things all the time, and he's got these funny answers.
Yeah.
I'd be like, what movie you want to watch? He's like, Red Dawn. And I was like, what kind of movie is that? He's like, a training film. I was like, yeah, buddy.
A training
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, my gosh.
I was like, you're going to grow up right. But
That's funny.
I can't remember if it was like, I can't remember who it was. If it was like neighbor Brian or somebody, but I got this bear home and I think I might have been Brian over there looking at it. He's like, oh, nice bear. And like Addy walks out. He's just looking at it. He's like, yeah, he didn't make it.
He didn't make it. Another one.
He used to say some funny stuff to Max too when Max lived next door to us.
things I will not repeat.
You make him sound like he's a troubled child.
No, he's one of the coolest kids I've met.
He
He's a
is
good
cool.
kid.
He's so shy. It's so funny.
He is.
He is until you hold him upside down and shake the shyness out of him.
Yeah, well, that's what I was telling Mo. So Mo was over to help me do some stuff at the house, and Mo's trying to talk him up, and I looked at Mo. I was like, "You just got to beat on him like James did." He's like, "Well, it's like what?" I'm like, "You just have to assault him." And he's like, "Well, I'm not going to do that." And I was like, "Dude, James just roughed him up, and now he won't leave James alone."
Yeah, I've been a professional uncle for a while.
Yeah, dude, like he kind of just ignored you, and then I'm like, "What's James going to do about this?" Next thing I know, you're just yarding him around.
And he was chasing me around the truck, and yeah, that was a good
he's
time.
stoked when he sees you.
I'm stoked when I see him too. It's always a good time. Well, anyway, if you can't tell, we're going to have a very fun conversation today. We do have a few more sorrowing points to hit before we get to all the fun stuff, though.
Yeah.
So we talked a lot about the 40-mile herd last episode, the trouble with caribou hunting, and episode 100 for the Northern Hunter podcast. This is 101. We're just going to keep going until, power company turns the lights off in here. But but we talked about how important it is to double check with the regs and double check with the seasons with all caribou hunting. And one reason that's important is because something changed since the last time we recorded. So with the 40-mile hunt, specifically zones 1 and 4, the opener that we talked about that was happening on August 11th has been delayed as of last update indefinitely. Not that they won't reopen it, but they just haven't announced when they're going to reopen it. So if you were planning on going up there for the caribou hunt, hold your horses, wait, call the hotline, figure out when it's going to update. They'll update it on their website too. You can just watch the website too. They always drop updates. There's a little spot you can sign up for email. They'll email you all the updates every once in a while. And so when they decide to reopen zones 1 and 4, they will send you an email. It'll come out. It's a really cool feature that they do. Zones 2 and 3 are still set to open on August 11th, though. Now, the reason for that is because the caribou aren't everywhere on the road there, right? So I had a friend that, coworker of mine, we work in all the remote areas, and I wasn't up there with him, but he drove out to Central, which, if anybody's familiar with, is the next village past the caribou area, that caribou hunting area up on the Steess. And he was going out there to work on some phone stuff and sent me a video, and there had to have been 300 caribou crossing the road right in front of him. And so due to that fact that they're all right there, they're really worried. I mean, it's only 195 bulls quoted for that whole area this time of year. And if we end up with Steess City again and they're all on the road, we could overshoot that 3 times easily in one day.
Yeah.
So they're going to delay the opener until the caribou have cleared out of there a little bit. They're off the road a ways. They're harder to get to.
Yeah.
And then they'll open it up for people that want to go up there and actually get off the road a ways.
It's funny what a testament like that is to. So mom was just here visiting, and we drove her up there because she wanted to see caribou, right? And I was like, well, we'll go see them before people shoot them all. And
right.
And she ain't into that. But and we drove up 2 nights ago.
Okay.
And nothing.
Really?
Yeah, and I had it's funny too. I had messaged Mike Condis, and I was like, "Hey, Mike, you got any intel on this?" And we're just going to go look. And he said that a few had been spotted, but there was nothing.
Really?
And nothing at all. And
well,
I mean,
what did you pull up, Mo, on the last episode? They can travel 50 miles in a day in small bands, something like that. 50 miles.
Well, and that's like it's almost kind of like dip netting. It's like you could see 1,000 of them, and they're in a different zip code tomorrow.
That's my buddy had that happen to him down off the Kenai. He was seeing all the reports. They had like 145,000 run day, and then a 226,000 run day. And he's thinking, "Oh man, I'm going there." And we're weekend warriors, right? We work a job with normal hours. We can't just cut out without taking PTO. So he waits for the weekend. Beelines down there as fast as he can. Friday night, leaves work, drives all the way down to Kenai or Soldotna, spends the night, wakes up the next morning, gets out there dip netting. He caught 10 fish all day.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
That's
And
the way it goes.
That's just what happened. Is heavy run midweek, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday and Saturday it just drops
right off.
I've had it too, where like it's like right at the tail end of the hunting season, and I'll talk to all my buddies because I've been backed up with work, and they're like, "Oh, dude, it's horrible. You're not missing anything." And of course, I have that time allotted to go hunt. Mm-hmm. And you go up and there's caribou everywhere.
Yeah.
There's no hunters.
That happened to me last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was telling you about that. Or not last year, 2 years ago now. I was out there actually by Mike's cabin and just didn't see anything. We saw a grizz. It got away from us in a drainage, but didn't see a single boo all day long. Not one. We were out there for 2 days, me and my wife. And we were like, okay, they're just not here. It was the year they didn't show up off the Steess until way late in the season. They were all hanging down there off zones 3. And it was the very next day. I think we came home on Sunday. And Monday, people started posting all kinds of pictures. They're all over the hills. They're running, and people are, coming back with full trucks and all this. I'm like, you got to be kidding me!
Right when you turn around,
yeah,
it's
like they knew.
All those clients in the field, man, they're like, "Oh, I'm tired. I kind of like to go back now." And I always tell them, like, do not turn around.
Yep.
Never look back.
Yeah. Yep. But yeah, so that is a sad fact. The opener for the caribou hunt that's the easiest to get to for us has been delayed. So stay tuned for future updates. We'll obviously record when we get updated. But the fastest way to know is calling the hotline, signing up for the notifications from Alaska Fish and Game's website, and just getting those updates yourself. Because for us, we're going to get the update and record it on an episode that's not going to come out till the following Monday. So if it's open that weekend, you're not going to find out. So go find out yourself. But we'll keep you in tune. And Dalton, I think you had a update on the sadder side of things that you wanted to bring up as well, eh?
Yeah, I think just for information, there was actually somebody that Mo and I know we were talking to just a couple days ago who was asking about this, and I heard it on another podcast, and so I messaged the guy on the podcast. And if you listen to Tundra Talk, then you heard it on there. Tyler was talking about the extension of the federal land closure of sheep hunting in the Brooks, west of, I believe it's the Sag, and we all know that closed a few years ago.
And they're not reopening it 2
No.
years after they said they would?
Isn't that interesting?
I'm so surprised.
Yeah.
That's so shocking.
The
So-
feds are going to keep it closed?
But here's what's interesting is you have to really dig to find that out. There's no information out there in the public. It's because the Department of the Interior website has the information. So it actually came out that the Federal Subsistence Board met April 2nd to 5th of this year. And this is the first that anybody's really hearing about it, that it's in circulation. And so it has indeed been extended 2 more years to close it. And I think that's parts of 24 and 26, possibly,
I think you're right.
in sections of that. And so that's
small portion of
that's
26.
federal land west of the Sag River is all closed through there. And that
Wow.
includes like the 5-mile corridor of sheep country and a lot of the walk-in area through there.
What do you guys attribute the lack of accessibility of this information is all the time? It just seems like these.
I think
It is
you
from the
would think
top
this would
down.
be-
I think
Yeah.
it's intentional, honestly.
be.
Yep.
I really do.
That's so do
It's
I.
from the top down.
Because I think, and we talk all the time about hunters raising a stink about stuff that they don't agree with, right? And I think that, I mean, obviously these groups know that there's enough of us that if we raise a stink in time, that we could probably make a difference. Now, would we make a difference on something on the federal level? A little bit of a stretch, but hey, anything's possible, right? But especially like on the state level, like when they have these comment periods, they're not screaming from the streets and the
Yeah.
skyscraper,
They-
roofs saying,
they don't want to
"Hey,
alert us.
come make your opinion known."
Big time.
They're trying to basically have that comment period be a little bit washed under the rug.
The problem is the Federal Subsistence Board is not subject to the state. It's a federal agency, right?
Mhm.
And so the Department of the Interior falls under the Secretary of the Interior. And we've talked about that individual in the podcast before and the problems with hunting that person seems to have. In conjunction with that, Unit 13, they're trying to close moose hunting as well
Oh, I
as the
didn't hear about
caribou.
I've heard about that. Yeah.
I just pulled.
It's the same person that got the caribou closed is now trying to close moose in there.
What is the justification for that? From what we can access?
Pick a reason.
Yeah.
Like they come up with anything. Like up north, they tried to say that it was insufficient numbers,
Mhm.
even though the state says we don't find that to be the case. They also extended the closure for the Yukon Charlie sheep area, which doesn't even have a subsistence hunt, but yet the Federal Subsistence Board can close it because it's federal land.
Mm-hmm.
And if you talk to anybody that flies regularly,
Mm-hmm.
we know that there's no shortage of legal rams.
But
The Yukon Charlie is a 1 to 2 sheep harvested per year area.
yeah,
There's going to be no impact.
What
on
they're
that.
trying to
it's just
do-
control.
there's been a lot of studies done that have proven that the specifically doll sheep management practice of 8 years full curl
Mm-hmm.
is a very good management practice.
It's a self-sustaining.
Because
Yeah.
by the time they get to that age,
Yeah.
they've had plenty of time to push on their genetics, right?
Mm-hmm.
They reach sexual maturity by, what did we say in the last?
I think it's like
It's like 18 months or 2 years,
Yeah.
something like
Oh,
that.
wow.
It's
like
very quick.
2 to 2.5 years.
Yeah, it's very quick. Yeah, probably not quite 18 months, but yeah, like 2 years, 2.5 years, somewhere in there. We talked about it in an episode last year. And so they've had 6 years-ish to push on their genetics. So just that practice alone, you're going to have those genetics pushed on, and which inherently means you're going to have a continuation of the species, right?
Mhm.
Barring any other factors to decrease population.
Yeah.
So hunting pressure with those regs is not going to impact the population at all.
The long
Just like
term,
if you only shot bull caribou ever, you wouldn't affect the populations at all, because one bull can sire, calves from a lot of different cows.
It seems like even if you were going the other way, it'd be pretty hard to manipulate those genetics, from a hunting perspective if you wanted to. From what I'm
the thing is, they're just not taking into account that there's factors, and I'm working on getting a guest on to talk about this, but there's factors outside of human control that affect the cyclical nature
Weather.
of all of Alaska's
Predation.
populations. Predation, winters. I mean, the winter kills up here is what does the most. I mean, when we have rain and ice storms in January, that puts a 2-inch thick layer of ice in some areas.
You think it's hard to drive,
right?
You think it's hard to drive.
Yeah.
Imagine walking across that stuff. Imagine trying to find something to eat out there, man.
Your food's under that ice.
Like my buddy was asking me the other day about the predator numbers, and I was like, well, we were already on the tail end of a decline, and then we had a totally out of character winter as a compounding factor of that, right? And I was like, so it really wiped those numbers out. I mean, it's not normal,
right?
And then it's weird too, because we had a lot of people thought bears died off, and I think they did, but they did, which probably relieved a lot of competition.
Sure,
right? I mean,
which can then spark new genetics becoming
better numbers.
Exactly.
Something I just looked up myself. If you Google, everybody loves a Google. Federal land closures, Alaska. That Haul Road sheep, caribou is not the first thing that pops up. You'd think it'd be the most recent.
Nope.
What's on here is talking about the Nelchina.
Sure.
How that is also closed for the 24-25 season.
It'll be a while before they reopen that
will be, I think, the longest before we see that.
Yeah.
And that has a direct correlation with our caribou up here, because everybody down south who can't hunt those things, they just come up here and shoot. I don't want to say ours, it is Alaska, but they come up here and shoot the northern caribou.
Yeah.
Instead of staying down there and trying to harvest one of those.
That's where that would be like if they shut dip netting down in Kasilof and the Kenai, right? You'd see.
Well, they closed gill netting on the Kasilof last year.
They did.
Yep. Last minute last year.
But you would see higher numbers in Copper Center area.
Oh,
stuff.
sure.
That would be, and we kind of tend to utilize that resource more,
just by sheer convenience.
And then
that moose by permit only now in Unit 20.
Registration permit.
Yeah, registration permit
I'm
now.
digging that one.
For so I listened to you guys talk about that, and I know somebody who's been on this podcast that we all very much love dearly, and he's a little up in arms about it.
Oh yeah,
and that's your right. And for me, I play both sides of the field. You know what I'm saying? Not like that.
I was going to say, can you elaborate on that?
Say that just a little.
Hey Mo, get the beepy button ready.
But I could see how that would cause. No, I could see how that could cause some people to be up in arms about it, and I could see how some people are, pretty pumped for that.
Well,
and
it depends on which factors you're focusing on the most, right? I mean, from one side of the equation, you can look at it and say that's good because then they're going to get more accurate harvest data, which is the entire point for the proposal, right?
Exactly.
I was actually there when that proposal came about. And the entire reason for it was for better harvest data, because the problem is with your standard moose tags, right? A lot of people don't care about reporting immediately. And so having it be a registration tag gives them a little bit more, or actually a lot of bit more authority over you must report within 3 days of the kill.
It's enforcement.
Yes, it's enforcement. Now, the counter to this, where people are up in arms about it, and I get it, and I kind of agree, because I am not a huge fan of I guess you could just call it the permit process, where they take a right of way and sell it back to you. I could see how, okay, so it starts off years 1 through 3, we're just collecting more harvest data. Well, now we've got this harvest data that shows we can only give out this many tags. And so now there's a limited amount of tags.
Now it's a draw hunt.
Or now we're going to reach a quota for the moose in our area. And once that quota is done, it's closed off. Which, again, from a management perspective, I mean, we've seen the moose disappear from Unit 20, which it was intentional. They did that on purpose. A big reason for it was they were tired of seeing moose killed on the roads, and they tried to lower the numbers so you didn't have moose kills on the roads, or as many. But the problem is now you've got guys trying to fill their freezers for their family that have to go farther out. And maybe they don't have the ability to go farther out. Maybe they work 12-hour jobs every day, 6 days a week, and they just have that 1 day a week to go kill a moose. They used to be able to do that. I could see how this management process could bring back higher numbers of moose and make it improved hunting in the area. I do see that. I also see how it could lead to limited tags and limited opportunity, which is also not a good thing. So it really just depends on how they manage this going forward. And it's already an act. I mean, it's already a thing, right? Like, we're not going to change it anytime soon, because once they enact something, they're just going to let it ride out until it's proven that they need to reverse it. So we're just going to see how it goes and see what happens.
That's my take on it. It's already in place. So we may as well. It's like anything we disagree with, right? Or some of us agree with it, some of us don't. We're there.
I think for the quality of the hunt, it's not going to hurt anything if they lower the number of moose that can be shot. Because if they come up with a shorter number, they come up with a shorter list, and they say, we're only going to let so many moose be shot. And then they turn it into a draw system, which is what everybody's afraid about, right? Everybody's afraid that Unit 20 is going to turn into a draw hunt for moose. Nobody that draws a tag that is an exclusive tag to be given out is complaining about it. It's the guys that don't get it. And then the people that are conspiracy theorists about the draw permit system in Alaska. The reality of it is Fairbanks has grown in population. Hunting has risen in popularity.
The population here has doubled since I moved here.
And so you have all these guys now, and there are a lot of people that are getting into hunting that don't have the means to get super remote, right? And so they are hunting more locally, whether it's bear baiting or moose hunting or caribou hunting on the Steess. And so as a result, those areas get more congested. And the animals, we've talked about what we look at as I suppose we'll just say it, mismanagement in the past of an excessive amount of cow harvest in 20B especially. And so we look at that and say, well, why should we have to pay for that now? How come we can't go moose hunting? And I like you said, I can see both sides.
Yeah.
But the reality of it is we're not going to get fewer hunters.
Well, and the harsh reality is that once they pull a stunt like they did, there is no option but for us to have to deal with it.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is.
Exactly.
There's no alternative there. We can't magically import new moose.
I think looking at years past of how moose hunting has been is a bad way to look at how it's going to be in the future, because our population is higher, the number of hunters is higher, that the percentage of people that live here that hunt is higher. And so the local pressure, and by local I mean within 100 miles, is a lot higher than it probably used to be.
It's funny, like, because hunting, even when I started hanging out around here with you guys, I feel like hunting's gained popularity in that amount of time. Like huge publicity.
Yeah,
it's almost like a fad. Like for a lot of us,
it's that dang internet, I tell you. It's a dang podcast, I swear.
It's the old Facebook.
You can blame
started on it.
You can blame anything
really
you want,
but
there has to be a change in order to adapt to how things have grown in this area.
Yes.
And that's
the problem with change in an area like this is you have to make sure you're not and I'm just going to put this bluntly, favoring the income-producing hunters from the subsistence style hunters.
I think that a subsistence hunt would be a good idea for this area
if they
we
could do like a tier
way.
1, where if you are a Fairbanks local that works 12-hour days, 6 days a week, and you cannot get out of the direct area to get your moose, you just don't have PTO. You know, like when I worked for Watterson, there was no PTO there. It didn't exist. It wasn't a thing. You could take time off, and they wouldn't really argue, but you're not getting paid.
You also worked enough hours that you didn't need PTO.
No way.
Huh? You also worked enough hours that you didn't really need PTO.
I'm in pretty good money there. I'm not gonna lie. So,
I mean, you're a local Fairbanks, and you know how this works.
Yeah, exactly. That bacon money, though. There's a reason they call it bacon. You know. But no, it's you know, but you had to be willing to take that 10 days off unpaid.
Yeah.
You know, and some people, when you got 6 kids, you can't do that, right? Like you got bills to pay, you got stuff to do. So, as long as those people can still go get their moose, I'm okay with it. You know, for a lot of us, we can go other places. Yeah. We can go hunt moose elsewhere. Like I have PTO at my job. I dedicate time. I make sure I save some time so I can go out somewhere. I'm not restricted just to here. So like if for whatever reason they did make this a subsistence hunt, a tier hunt, and I didn't qualify for it, okay, I'll go somewhere else in this state. That's the wonderful part about Alaska.
We usually go somewhere else anyway.
Exactly.
You know, we've all kind of grown out of not to sound arrogant, but we've all grown out of the like hunting around town.
Yeah. But just because I do that and you do that and Dalton might do that and Mo might do that, doesn't mean we should forget the little guy that can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
To me, I think subsistence is subsistence. And if you live in Fairbanks or North Pole area, right, you should qualify for that no matter what.
Yeah. But if you live in Alaska, you should qualify.
The hard reality of it is that subsistence tags should not be given out to our 3 to 5 year residency people.
No. And I'm not arguing that they should.
Right. That would be a huge delineation there between what is a local resident and what's not.
Well, and you shouldn't be
snowbird.
Well, right, yeah.
That's a hard one too.
They pretty well fixed that this last winter.
That's true. They did.
That's true.
Thing of the past.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I can see why people are up in arms about it. I'm a little nervous about it, but I also have been upset enough with the drop in moose numbers around here that something needs to happen. Something's got to give, right? Mm-hmm. Like something somewhere's got to give to manage this resource in a way that we're not just going to have no moose in 5 to 10 years.
So I personally like Unit 20B, right?
Yeah.
It's a big area. A lot of people hunt it.
Huge area.
And the thing is, there's areas of 20B you can go to and you're guaranteed a moose. If you can get there.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're not a, idiot. But, I don't think we're going to see necessarily the whole, of 20B or Unit 20 drop down to draw or subsistence.
Yeah.
I think what they've implemented is they've implemented a system that will allow them to actually get data that they can work with. Say over 5 years, they'll collect all this data from where these moose are being harvested.
Yeah.
Right? They'll still be doing all the flyovers and the counting and everything. And then they might, 20, you might see 20 redelineated. Or you might see a bunch of special hunt areas. Like look around Delta, there's special hunt areas everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Parts of the state where you have like 3 or 4, and there's parts of areas around Delta where only Delta residents can hunt moose.
Mm-hmm. Right. Sure.
Or it's a draw tag for the rest of the state.
And it might go that way here.
And I'm totally good with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it's like I think there's a draw like bow cow.
Muzzleloader, yeah.
Well, the muzzle, and that's got like certain areas that span from Delta all the way up to the Goldstream Valley.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and they did something similar, wasn't it? Unit 14 the last few years, they added a ton of new draw moose opportunities in Unit 14.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I remember talking about that in the younger days of the podcast.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Back in our double-digit days. And but so I mean, they might do something similar there, where or it might become, like you said, a local only thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just say it because this is implemented this year, this hunting season, 2024. This affects. I'll just go ahead and read what they said. So this is a release from Fish and Game. General season moose harvest permits are no longer valid in units 20A, 20B, 20C, 20D, 20F, and 25C. The registration permits RM781 and RM749 replace all general season moose hunts previously covered by harvest ticket GM000 in these units. Hunters in units 20A, 20B, 20C, 20F, and 25C must have an RM781 permit. Hunters in Unit 20D must have an RM749 permit.
Does that permit also go for the November bow hunt?
Probably.
I don't know if it's
I
because
imagine
here.
so because it
Because
was
on
always under
most,
harvest ticket before.
right, but on most registration permits, it says must report within 15 days of season closure.
So
Right, but if
Let's
the season's
see.
open at that point and that's the permit for it, then that's going to be the
I would say
requirements.
it doesn't specifically state here that counts for the archery hunt, but I'm just going to assume based on the fact that it didn't mention anything that it does.
Yeah.
Cover
Either
that.
it does or and we should have
Um,
the regs sitting in front of us, right? But I
I've
guess
got,
we could pull them up.
I've got the new page here sitting in front of me.
Of the
Yeah, that's what this is. So all it says here is all registration permit report cards must be submitted within 15 days of a kill. Unsuccessful hunters and those who did not hunt must report within 15 days after the close of season.
Yeah.
If you fail to report, you will not be eligible to receive any permits, drawing, targeted, Tier 2, or registration, including Tier 1 Nilchina caribou, which doesn't matter because that's close too, during the next regulatory year. In addition, your name will be turned over to the Alaska Wildlife Troopers for enforcement action.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
They getting serious.
So
up in
that
here,
has
boys.
some teeth to it.
Yeah,
That's
does. Yeah.
15 days. That's what you got. So, but those are the permits that are active that you need to hunt moose in this unit this year. So
Yeah.
make sure you get those. Don't just go out there with your harvest ticket.
Yeah.
Like we've done for forever.
That
Right.
sounds like
So-
that harvest ticket really ain't good for much anymore.
I mean, in the interior, you got to go a long ways, right?
So that bow hunt is listed underneath the same RM781.
Okay. Yep.
It's probably listed on the registration permit tag itself on when the season closes and when you have to report.
Let me see. I have a picture of it right here.
That would be good.
But yeah, it's just
Because
says
it usually
does
has the
same
hunt
thing here.
dates on that registration permit as well.
'Cause that-
never mind. My picture's
Because
so grainy,
that
I
I
can't
mean
read
that's
a thing.
only for that's Fairbanks management area.
Yeah.
That's
right.
all that is, right?
Yeah.
For that bow hunt, yeah.
Mhm.
If you have questions, call Fairbanks Fish and Game.
Yep. They're
Flush.
the ones to
They're
ask.
great people.
Flesh it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They get the questions every day.
Yep.
That might be a change we see next year. That bow hunt is its own permit.
That's kind of what I assumed it would be.
I kind of thought it would be its own
and
registration.
then I saw the
permit,
regs
yeah.
came out and it was the same hunt number. And so I thought, well, either they're going to let you report as late as after the November hunt,
Uh-huh.
or you have to report and then get another registration tag
Mm-hmm.
to say that you didn't kill one in September season.
I could easily see them just saying it's easier to keep it as the same. Because that would also fall under within 15 days of close of season.
Right. Well, because you got the other thing too is with the bow in the management area, you're good to end of September.
Actually, that brings up a good question because the end of season for the bow unit is the 30th. So
Yeah.
do you have until April or October 15th to report?
Yeah.
Or do you have to report at the end of rifle season? That does bring up a good question. That's something to bring up.
I would
Fish and
assume
Game.
October 15th.
Yeah.
But the problem is that November hunt is like Thanksgiving week.
Yeah.
So even if you didn't have to report until October 15th,
Does it show the November hunt in there? Mo?
November 21st, 27th. And it's
Falls under the same permit?
Yep.
Really? So how are you supposed to report your fall hunt if you want to hold on to that? For
Oh,
the
this might
November
be a
hunt?
loophole a bunch of people try to use to begin with, and they're going to change it next year.
Yeah, that's something I didn't think about.
I would call Fish and Game and get their opinion on it.
Exactly.
They're
Figure
probably
it out.
going to, if you report that you hunted with a rifle
And we're unsuccessful.
and were unsuccessful and you don't
Yeah.
report till December, then you might be in trouble. I don't know.
Yeah. Either way, call Fish and Game, verify, because, they're
Yeah.
the ones that read the regs more often.
Yeah.
Speaking of which,
Mm-hmm.
something I called Fish and Game about. We talked about keeping skate last
Yeah.
season, or last episode.
Yep.
Mm.
So this is a good segue into my my fishing weekend. So for anybody that listened last episode, I went down to Valdez for 5 days, fished for 3 of those. Me and some good friends, both of which have been on the podcast. Rented a boat and we went out with Valdez Outfitters, I think is what they're called,
Mhm.
right there by the docks.
Yeah.
And rented a boat from them. Took that out for 3 days. Had a great trip, but I had talked about wanting to try skate.
Yeah.
Because everybody here is always throwing it back, called it a trash fish, saying, "Oh, they're slimy, they're nasty, they stink." Which, yes, all of that is true. And we couldn't find anything definitive saying you could or couldn't take it.
Yeah.
So I called Fish and Game Fairbanks. I called Fish and Game Anchorage because there is not one in Valdez specifically. There's one in Seward, but it's only a seasonal office. So I called the one in Anchorage, and you are legally allowed to keep skate because they fall under other finfish.
That's what I figured.
Right. Yeah.
So which was all of our assumption in the last episode.
Yeah.
Actually, a in the ray family.
Well done, Max.
Well, but
technical.
They are in the ray family, but
regulatory wise,
yes.
it's finfish or shellfish.
Yes, and
ray.
they
under finfish subcategory.
It identifies as a finfish.
Don't you bring that up? Don't you dare say
Speaking of how things have changed drastically,
don't assume the identity of a skate.
Did you ask what it? It was a ray.
So anyway, did you keep some skate, James?
So I caught a plethora of skate on this trip.
Those are fun to reel up when they're big, aren't they?
Oh, it's heartbreaking when you realize it's a skate. But yes, and I kind of started figuring out like the way they fight versus the way a halibut fights.
The head shake of a halibut.
When you're out there for 3 days straight and you're fighting different fish, you can kind of start to gauge it. Now, when you only go once a year, it's a little harder. But around the second or third day, I started to figure it out, and I started, another skate. Dang, and reeling it up. But I mean, I pulled up 2 that had to have been pushing 100 pounds. Huge,
big
just
ones.
Pieces of ocean plywood.
They fight.
Oh,
yeah.
My Lanta,
like
dude.
And they like to run on the surface too.
Yeah.
One of them,
you get them up when they freak out and they go for a run.
I almost couldn't keep the drag tight enough. Like, it was just insane.
Yeah.
But I ended up catching a smaller one, which my friends from across the big pond always told me. You throw the big ones back because they're the breeders, right? We've talked about in the last one, they're long gestation period, long section to sexual maturity, where they even start to breed. So it takes them 8 years before they even start breeding. And then after that, it takes them 3 to 4 years to hatch young.
Did you know that, Max?
I heard that on the last episode.
Hey.
Actually.
So you learned something about fish from us?
Dude, I said I heard that. I didn't say I learned that. All right. Don't you ever talk about fish on this podcast without me. Again.
We did openly admit you were going to be up in arms about some of the stuff we talked about.
You knew it, and
you guys got me. You guys got me a little even on some of the stuff. I was cracking up. I was like, "Those are my boys." I was like, "What the heck are they talking about?"
There's a lot of fish talk. A lot of people are upset.
I really don't like it. I really don't, especially when it's not with me.
Yeah.
But all right. For some people who have no idea of what we're not talking about the hit 2004 PlayStation 2 video game Skate. We're talking. We're talking about something that really just looks like a stingray. If you were to pull this thing out of the blue depths, you'd probably want to shoot it for stabbing Steve Irwin.
But
this is a skate.
It looks like a stingray with a club tail.
It looks exactly like a stingray.
Did you get into any of those? Did you end up eating some of those?
So I haven't eaten
because I
yet.
listened to last episode and I got a little additive here.
Okay, so I haven't eaten any yet, but I did catch one. I kept the wings off of it.
How is the texture of the meat?
So it's really weird. So at first when I cut the wings off, it was red as could be, like super red, and I was really like the meat was red. But once I cleaned it off during the filleting process, and I sprayed it down and everything like that, it's like a pinkish.
Did you take the skin off?
I had Easy Freeze take the skin off.
Okay.
So I used them to package all my stuff down there because I was down there for 3 days. I wasn't about to keep that in a cooler for 3 days and risk it.
Did you eat some?
Not yet. So we just got back yesterday.
I'd like to
very tired. But
I'd like to hear how that tastes.
So So in my younger days in California, we used to go down to the bat rays and stingrays were thick. Down there on the.
Did you have manta rays too?
I don't know. I remember bat rays and stingrays.
Okay.
But what we would do is we'd go night fishing for them a lot in the surf and stuff, and it was a blast. We'd get monsters out there. You get sharks too. We get like smooth hounds and leopard sharks, and it was really a lot of fun. It was nice. It was a fun time. But what we would do is we'd get some of those stingrays or bat rays, and you pull that skin off like catfish skin, right? So you cut your wing, and then we would. I was listening to you guys on I was listening to the last podcast at work the other day.
He's like, these kids.
No, it's cool. It made me like memory lane, dude. It was cool. No, so and then what we would do is you'd skin those wings out, and you get yourself a cookie cutter, and you know how you get like scallops.
Yep.
So what you do is you take that and you break it down, and sometimes we would like what do you call that? Like kind of fillet those, so we thin those wings out.
Like
if you got a really big, you got a really big one with thick wings. So you split those wings, and then like thickness wise, right?
Sure. Yeah. Butterfly.
And then you take those cookie cutters, and you use those cookie cutters, and you punch yourself out like little
discs.
What would you call them?
Scalps.
Medallions.
Little hockey pucks.
They sound more tantalizing.
This is getting elegant. No, and then what you do?
Skate mignon.
So you got your medallions. No, but then what you do is you season those up, and you do them up in a pan with like butter and your seasonings.
Little Old Bay.
Yeah.
Old Bay always, dude. You know
that.
Old Bay.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, Old Bay.
And Frank's Red Hot.
Dude.
Oh, yeah.
I love Old Bay. Old Bay and butter, man. They'll just make anything. You could eat tire rubber with that stuff.
A little bit of homemade habanero tartar sauce.
But so what you do is you got to find the cooking specs on that.
Sure.
It's been a long time. My buddy's aunt showed us that, and dude, it was delicious. We used to tear that up like that. We'd get lobsters and all that stuff, and we do like big cookouts.
Is there any issues with like little worms in rays?
I mean, there's issues with little worms and everything, dude.
Yeah, but like to the extent
I
that
don't know
like
if there's
Pacific
any,
cod
like,
get.
I don't know if there's like any intermuscular parasites, like because you get those. You got to think, and not to say there's not, right?
Yeah,
those wings are a long way away from the core.
Yeah. And so like literally, I mean, when you're cutting them, and you've seen skate, all of us have seen skate, but you know they have triangular wings, you know, and so they come out to a real sharp point. What you do, I mean, you're literally just cutting straight down the body. Yeah, you know, from the nose of the tail straight down the body.
And there's no bones in there.
There felt like there was one.
Oh, really?
But I think it might have actually just been cartilage because it cut really.
They don't have like bone. They don't have like.
I don't think they have bones.
You could use
cartilage.
You could use
cartilage.
It was just could be cartilage. Yeah. It like there was definitely something I had to cut through, but it cut through way easier than bone did. And so, but I got 2.5 pounds off each wing, so I've got enough meat to try a couple different recipes.
Something else I was going to mention to you is that because you were talking about that coloration, is what we used to do is we take just like some table salt, like in bulk, whip up some ice water, so you cut your little medallions out, get you like your cooler or whatever, and then not to the point where you get like you start brining, so you don't really want to induct that stuff with salt, right? But enough to draw some of that blood and stuff out. You would see that water get a tint to it, but it seemed to help with some of that gaminess.
I'm sure. Yeah. So, and I mean, you can do that. You do that with big game meat too.
I do that with burbot and stuff sometimes.
Yeah, you can do it with burbot.
Ice cold.
Yeah. A lot of people, when they have issues with, like, let's say they don't like deer meat or whatever, right? They'll do that same thing. They'll soak it in salt water overnight.
Buttermilk too.
Buttermilk's a good one.
Yeah. Buttermilk is awesome.
Fun little fact, totally off topic, but spruce ends, the grouse we have up here, soak those in pickle juice overnight. They taste just like a rough grouse. Takes all the sprucey flavor out.
You know what else is a really good way to go about that? So if you're going to eat your spruce ends and you're not real pumped on spruce end flavor, right? It's a good like a little late season gig when they're kind of.
Which if you like drinking gin, you'll probably like spruce ends.
I always refer it to that.
Just tastes like pine sol.
Yeah,
it's been a while. Anyway, no, but something that really, if you thin that stuff up, you cut that into fine little thin cuts. And then what I'll do is I'll take some Coca-Cola and you pour that in like a Pyrex baking dish, lay all that stuff out, and the acidity from the Coca-Cola will actually break that meat down a little, and it'll draw a lot of that blood out into it, and it tenderizes that stuff.
Oh yeah,
and that's another way to.
Well, and that's how we stress test that last year was we went out just for a quick evening run, ended up getting a spruce grouse and a ruffed, and took it home, soaked the spruce hen in pickle juice, and then cooked them up the next day. Couldn't tell the difference between the two at all.
We'll do that with like kebabs too with caribou meat. You take and soak it in Coca-Cola. You get your like little kebab cubes and you soak it in Coca-Cola for like say you're going to get up on Saturday and get going on it.
Sure.
So throw them in there Friday night, late, go to bed, and you'll get you'll see a bunch of blood in there and stuff, and it just really tenders that stuff up for the grill.
Mm-hmm. But no, that's a great, I'm going to keep that in mind for cooking this thing. Cause I've got 5 packages of skate meat now. Yeah. So
it's good, dude.
Yeah. Well, and that's the reason I wanted to try it is you talk to all the people that live down on the coast, right? And they're like, trash fish, throw it back, blah, blah, blah. But they say that about Pacific cod too. And Pacific cod is delicious. I love that stuff.
That's what they make Long John Silver's fish fingers out
and
of.
Long John Silver's is the best seafood you can buy. I'm just kidding on that.
Pump the brakes.
I'm from Kansas. Remember that. That's the only seafood we have.
Yeah, and Red Lobster.
Oh, that's true. I worked at Red Lobster for a while. That's probably not a flex.
You worked at Red Lobster?
Oh yeah, dude. I made a killing.
How many rolls did you steal?
Oh, that's where do you think this gut came from? Like, this did not exist until I worked at Red Lobster.
You know what's funny?
Dude, you get, when you work at Red Lobster, let me tell you this, you get free cheddar biscuits anytime you want them.
No way.
And you get free soda anytime you want them. At least when I worked there, this is like back in 2012. It was like right when I got out of the Army. Went home for a scotch. Worked there, ended up hightailing it back up to Alaska, right? Because I remembered my mind, or came back to my mind. But anyways, when I was working down there, never had a gut up until I worked there. But I would go out there. I was just a busser. That was it. I was in between jobs. I got a job as a busser.
Okay.
I made a killing just off tip share there. And like, if you don't think that that's a worthwhile job, if you're in between jobs and you got no money, it's a worthwhile job. That is cash in your pocket every single night, and you will make full-time wages off 4-hour shifts. Like,
and you're
awesome.
Full.
And dude, I would make my rounds. I would clean tables off, go back and drop the dishes off,
and eat the biscuits.
I would say a little cone of soda and a cheddar biscuit.
Dude,
go back out, grab more dishes, come back in.
Like, what I picture is like in the back of the kitchen, like stainless steel appliances,
all of them.
And there's one table like in the middle with a light directly above it. And a golden hue
interrogation room.
Maybe even like sparkles coming off of the ceiling. And a mound of Red Lobster cheddar biscuits.
It's even better.
Right there. It's even better.
It's even better than that. It's like, it's this whole like tray system. And so they're all lined up there in individual heaters. And so you grab them, and I mean, that butter's just melty. It's beautiful. It's nice. It's just perfect.
I like my
when I was a little kid in Glendale,
I would eat 30 a night. I'm not even kidding you.
Whoa. Dude, I was raised in Red Lobster. Yeah. Like, so my parents, we had a Red Lobster before we moved to our house in Big Bear there when I was little. Dude, we were in Red Lobster every night.
Mm-hmm.
My parents, they knew everybody there. Everybody knew my parents, but dude, we lived in that place. It was so good.
I saw a post the other day about there's this retired couple that they've been to, I think it was like 400 different Texas roadhouses.
Oh, dude.
It was like 431 different Texas roadhouse locations.
A bucket list.
Like, and they were going to go to every single one. That was their retirement plan. I was like, yeah, that's
funny.
That's a respect.
So,
yeah.
Speaking of gourmet eating.
Oh.
Some breaking news here. Fairbanks is getting a Raising Cane's.
I'm so upset about that.
Really?
I heard that.
Oh, I'm so upset about that.
Why?
What in the world do we need a Raising Cane's for?
Because Sonic sucks.
Sonic sucks. KFC sucks. We don't
KFC
have
doesn't suck.
I'll argue with you on that one.
It's for the price.
It ain't.
Dude,
it ain't.
Price
you get an
ain't
8-piece chicken bucket for $50. Come on, bro. Just go to Fred's.
Hey,
just go to Fred's.
The Nashville hot.
Ooh.
Go to Costco.
Yeah, buddy.
The next girl I take on a date, we're gonna go to the Costco food court.
Yeah, buddy.
Eat like kings for under $5.
Yeah, buddy.
All you have to do is just lead up to it and tell her, hey, we're going to go to a members only restaurant.
And then
exclusive, baby.
And then walk right into the exit and not even show them the ID. Because you don't need.
They know me here.
All right. If anybody who's listening out there, Like, if you take anything away from this podcast tonight, they don't check IDs at the exit.
No, they don't.
You can walk right in, up to the food court. You don't need an ID to buy something at the food court.
Yep.
And you can get, a hot dog and a drink.
Yep.
Slice of pepperoni.
$1.50
for, I think, all in all, it's like $3.49 out the door.
Yep.
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 That's
Free
old
refills.
school. That's old tricks.
Oh,
Free
yeah.
refills.
Dude, I used to do that like back in the day. We'd all go in there at lunch and just tear it up.
Dude,
No,
I
so-
got a gift card from a client.
A Costco gift card?
Costco gift card. It was
Nice.
Like, it's like $50, $100, whatever. And me and my captain
Wow.
went to, neither of us had membership. And we just walked in like this with this gift card like we own the place. And I tell you, we felt like the scum of the earth. Going into this big box members. And like, what can you buy with $100 at Costco that's not all the way in the back or at the front?
A 200 jar pallet of peanut butter, probably.
Right.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, 14 cases of those little mini cookies. That's what you can buy.
Yeah,
14
buddy.
cases.
Dude, I would have bought some bear bait with that thing.
Right. The dog food there's not that much cheaper. I was a little disappointed.
You know what's
actually.
crazy? One of my
Definitely
buddies
not.
ran that dog food, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bought like almost a pellet of it and said they wouldn't touch it.
Really?
Yeah, he was like, kind of off topic here, but
These are Walmart bears,
yeah, he
man.
was like,
Yeah.
dude, they will not touch the stuff. And
This ain't old Roy's.
Yeah.
oh, dude, I was
say.
trying to I was like, you got to infuse it with some stuff. He was like, dude, they're licking the grease off of it. They will not eat the stuff. I'm like,
They're sucking the sweet and spitting the chew back out.
that's when you know. That's when you know something's not right.
It's like when Grandpa just keeps giving you.
You see the guy trying to feed the grizzly bear the McDonald's and he won't eat it.
Yep.
It's like when Grandpa keeps giving you the peanuts and you're like, Grandpa, I don't want these. And he's like, son, I just like sucking the chocolate off.
These taste funny, Grandpa.
What do you want me to do with these?
No, the reason I'm so upset we're getting a Raisin Canes is because nobody cares about Raisin Canes.
That's not true.
That's
No,
not true.
That's not true.
But
I love that. I
What
love
we
this,
do
James.
need-
You're just so solid on this.
I don't care. I don't care.
What we do need is
What
a
we do
Chick-fil-A.
need is a Qdoba.
What?
Oh,
We need
no.
a Qdoba.
No,
up
no,
here.
no.
You talking like
no.
Wasilla
Chipotle.
Qdoba?
Yes.
Oh, bro.
Why do we not have
Qdoba's-
build your own burrito place?
I'll
Because
take a
it's garbage.
Chipotle.
Chipotle's fine too. I
take
grew up with
Chipotle.
both. We had one called Firebirds back home. It was the
Moe's,
best thing.
you guys
ever.
ever
Dude, you know what I
been to-
love
no,
is
no.
we're all like
Moe's, Topless
subsistence
Grill?
guys, and we're just talking about fast food.
I know. Qdoba's the one thing I will bring.
Let
up.
me
All
tell
I
you
buy
about
is
Qdoba.
seasonings
That's
at the
why.
store.
It's
Hold
because
on.
I will literally never eat at Raisin Canes. Never.
Let me
I
tell
will
you about
never eat
Qdoba,
there.
okay? Let me tell you about Qdoba.
I will eat at Qdoba.
I was in the Seattle airport on a 12-hour layover a couple of years ago, and Qdoba was the only
I would have eaten there twice. 3
dump
times
hole
maybe.
open. And I
3
went there at
times.
like 1:30 in the morning, and
Sure.
it was the most garbage food.
No.
It was the worst.
Dude,
No.
you were there
Was-
at 1:30 in the morning.
It was awful.
It's an
It's
airport.
also
all the
1:30 in
restaurants
the
should
morning.
be open all the time.
It was terrible. But Raisin Canes uses real chicken.
There is 57 different ingredients in their chicken
So
tenders.
what?
That's why it tastes so good.
So
Hey, man.
what?
Hey, who was that? The Colonel, man. He had like, what was it?
13 herbs and spices, bro.
13 herbs and spices. That's all you need.
That's all you need. That's all you need.
KFC with the Nashville hot chicken sandwich is awesome, especially if you get it with cheese on it, and then you get cheese curds on the side. Oh man,
No, I will never eat at Raisin Canes. I would eat at Qdoba
Maybe they
twice,
should
once
put
a week
one-
at least.
They
Probably
should-
it's a good thing we don't have it here.
Man.
Should put one in like Cold Foot or something.
put what in?
Like a Raisin Canes or
Right.
a Qdoba or a Chipotle.
Anything.
Right there at Cold
Yeah,
Foot.
literally anything.
Literally any fast food. Besides McDonald's, although I'll tell you what, I'd mess up a McChicken and a McDouble and a McFlurry.
By the
like,
time you get to Cold
if I come down off the mountain and just fly in a Cold Foot, I would do felonious things
that would be awesome.
for that
Jeez.
deadly combo.
You know,
We
are
would be doing
getting-
felonious
we are-
things afterwards
we
once that
are
stuff kicks
Getting
in.
like extremely
So off topic.
We are.
So
in typical Northern Hunter podcast.
So eat
style.
naturally. Eat natural.
You know, I listen to the podcast. I'm like, wow, these guys are getting way off topic. And then now I'm here doing this.
There's a lot of fast food in this town. There's a lot of problems.
A lot of
I didn't
too many
say it.
fat people. Too many, and I'm one of them. I know.
I didn't say it.
But anyway, so yeah, I went fishing in Valdez. Jeez. Circle all the way
Circling.
back to that.
Did you
Back
guys
to
catch
that.
many Pacific cod?
Yeah, the second and third day we did.
Yeah.
The first day, it was kind of cool. So I like, if you're going to do this, I would say 3 days is the minimum. Now, obviously, if you're just hiring a charter, that's kind of unrealistic because of the price per day, right? Renting a boat, especially if you have buddies to split it up with, great way to go because it down the price. Now, a lot of it is, you don't have a deckhand there, right? So you've got to prep all your own bait. You've got to either provide or rent all your own tackle.
That's the
You've
best
got
kind of fishing.
But here's the thing.
That's not that hard.
If you know what you're doing, that's not a problem. If you don't know what you're doing, go on a couple charters, watch them, because that's a lot of what I've done. Is watch how they fish, watch where they're fishing. Oh, they're looking for shelves. Okay, so when we went out, we know we're looking for shelves. You're looking for difference in terrain features on the bottom, or you're looking for the mud flats.
Question.
Or
Did that charter rental come with any spots on their GPS, or
Yes.
is this?
I was going to say
so
that.
there-
Or if you don't want to look for all that stuff, you just fire up the GPS on the boat.
Yes.
There's about 100 places you could try on that
Yes,
GPS.
There is. You also have to know how to work that GPS. Now, he'll walk you through all of that. It's real easy, right?
Yeah.
So, but, if you're completely unfamiliar, you've never deep sea fished before, might be a good idea to go on a couple charters, watch how these guys do it. Make sure you familiarize yourself, because you're also going out on the ocean, right? And it can be dangerous out there.
But
we
you weren't going in
experienced
completely
all
blind,
three. Oh, we weren't. No, and I was out with Sean, he's captained a boat for forever.
Right.
Sean
Right.
Polita,
But as far as like specific spots, like where to target different things, they had some of that laid out on the
Some of it.
on the charts.
Yes. So there were different marks on the charts that said fish. Now, some of them did specify rockfish here or something like that.
Okay.
But yes, there are different points on the GPS where you can go. So you're not going in totally blind. You're not having to rely on information you got from the guy at the bar the night before.
That's a big help. Yeah.
It is. Yeah. And you can rent the tackle there too. They'll rent you the poles and the hooks and the jigs and everything you need.
Yeah. And then charge you per one that you lose.
I'm sure. And they've got your bait there. It's all, they got frozen herring. They got all kinds of stuff. It's a really great setup.
Okay.
Highly recommend. Valdez Outfitters, huge thumbs up from me.
That's awesome.
They did a great job providing everything we needed. Now, we had a lot of our own tackle and everything like that.
Yeah.
And the two gentlemen that I went with, it was Sean and Marshall.
Yeah.
Got the old Africa crew back together. Both of them have been on the podcast. If you haven't heard their voices, go back. But Marshall's been down there a ton of different times. He's fished out of there a bunch, so he had a ton of like in-person information about the area.
Yeah.
Sean's run a boat his entire life. He grew up in a fishing town, right? So it was a great time. I learned a ton, and I mean, I've been taking notes every time I go on a commercial charter, just because I want to know how to do it by myself, right? But I grew up as far away from any ocean as you could possibly be.
Mark all their spots too.
Oh, every time. Onyx works everywhere.
Hey, this app,
but
Navionics. Go on to Navionics.
we use that. Yep. Use the free trial option actually, and it worked amazing.
I paid the $40 or $50 for the year.
Yeah, I'm going to now. Once it's like 14-day free trial or something like that.
That app is gold.
Oh
It's
yeah,
awesome,
it's amazing. Full topo maps of the bottom of the sound. I don't know how far out from the sound it would go, but I mean, at least in the sound, full topo maps. I mean, it was great. You could just
everywhere you
put
need it.
pins down.
Yeah, I just throw a rope overboard with a bunch of knots tied in it.
There you go.
1,700 fathoms.
1,700 fathoms, sir.
But no, the reason I say 3 days is key is because I've always had pretty good luck with my 1 day charters when I hire a charter, right?
Yeah.
But
But
it's just so expensive. Like
it's
they're getting up to like 450
Yeah.
a person.
yeah, it's
A person.
super expensive.
And it's
And if you
God.
get weathered out, that's just what it is.
I was out.
Like-
I could talk about this later, but I was out with some Germans, and it was
the
like
Germans.
the German. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
duh. And oh gosh, it was like a slow day of fishing, and they're like $450, $450 to come out here and catch 2 fish,
2 fish.
2 fish. I'm like, oh, poor lady.
My grandma still has that accent. It's awesome
Yeah.
talking to her. I love it.
But I like those rentals. Like they're the way to go.
Yeah, it's a great thing to do, and we experienced all 3 versions of weather down there, and that's kind of why I say 3 days is like what you should do, because day one, we went out there. The seas were crazy. You couldn't get out in the opens. Like the main sound, off limits. Like it was just way too rough. So we ended up tucking off into a bay, fishing all around there. All we caught all day was non-pelagic rockfish. That's it. Which, if you don't know what that is, I don't either, but it means they're colorful. So it's like yellow eyes, coppers, things of that nature. There's 5 of them, I think, but you're only allowed to keep 1 a day.
Dude, yellow eyes are so good.
They are, but you can only have 1 a day. And that's all we caught was coppers and yellow eyes, coppers and yellow eyes.
So you're limited out in like a half hour.
We were limited out within the first hour of the day.
Yeah.
Or of the fishing, I should say. It took us a while to get there, but and then we tried probably 10 different spots inside that bay, and that's all we caught. No halibut, no cod, no nothing. And we got rained on the entire time.
That's fun.
Now, tucked back in that bay, we didn't have rough seas to deal with because it was protected from the wind, but the fog and the rain, I mean, I probably weighed an extra 20 pounds just from soaking water when I was out there. Kind of bringing up a pointer, what you were talking about earlier before we started the show about the synthetic insulation to Chris there. I was so cold that day, I threw my flannel on, which has the Primaloft Gold synthetic liner on the inside. It's the same one you have.
Yep. The old Lala Bean jacket.
The old Lala Bean. I love them people.
My wife hates it that I call it that.
I'm going to start calling it that. I was just talking to my buddy about about one of their tents earlier, and I was just said that.
No, they're great. I mean, that flannel's awesome. I think the only difference between mine and yours is the button up, right? And mine's the zip up. But other than that, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Got soaked. Now I had it under my Helly Hansen, but just through the sleeves and through the neck and everything, because I didn't have my hood up the whole day. Soaked. I put it on the next morning, just to walk to the docks, and it was still damp. You know, by the time I got to the dock, my body heat had just pushed all that moisture out. It literally was drying as I was wearing it. It was great. So that's a reason to go with synthetic insulation, if you were asking earlier, with those puffy pants you were talking about.
Dude, they just look so cozy.
Though.
Yeah, like Primaloft. Great.
It's great stuff. But day 2, we roll out there. Absolute polar opposite. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. The fog burned off in like an hour. We left at like 6 or 6:30, something like that.
Beautiful.
Fog burned off. Clear blue skies. If you can't tell, I'm sunburnt, and there is just glassy seas. Absolute, not a wave one.
Just a big pond.
Just a huge pond, kind of like what you were describing.
Yeah.
And limited out on everything. We found the black rockfish.
Nice.
We found a spot for those. Limited out on those. Limited out on halibut. Caught some cod. Actually caught some flounder, which was cool. They're real small ones,
sole?
but
Sole
flounder. Yep.
Or
no, yeah. And then
soft.
one of Marshall actually caught a kelp greenling.
Yep.
Yeah,
we got 2 of those that were like that big.
Yeah, he caught a decent one, and he kept it.
I have never seen a kelp greenling that big, but we caught 2 of them in the same hole.
For the listeners, say what that is.
It was like
About 12 inches.
Yeah. 14 inches.
Mm-hmm.
I had never seen one that big, and neither had the guy that owned the boat that's been fishing there for like 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he took a picture of it.
Yeah. No, that's... Yeah, and we actually... It was funny. I didn't realize they were rare, really. I mean, I hadn't seen one before, but we pulled up to the docks after the day's trip, and the boat next to us saw him unload that thing. Was like, dude, where'd you catch that? I'm not trying to bust your spot, but like, I've been trying to catch like all the different species and blah blah blah, and like super geeked out about it.
I didn't even know if you could keep those or not, but I guess you can.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. There's no rule saying you can't.
Yeah.
So that and like the sole flounders, you can keep those.
Yeah.
Day 3 though, it was kind of a mixture of the two. Some clouds, some wind. When we rolled out, it was pushing 3-foot seas, but no white caps yet. They were just rollers.
Yeah.
So we stayed, but we were just kind of aware, like if we start seeing white caps, we got to call it. It was only a 21-foot boat.
Yeah.
Single engine. So
you have like a 150 on there?
Yeah, just a 150 on the back. It was a 21-foot Hughes craft. And super comfortable boat. It handled great. I mean, there was not a single moment where it was like, this is too rough. I mean, whether it was cutting through wake from other boats or just regular chop
boats.
It just
I like
handled really well.
Yeah. Those are good boats.
And but so a little bit more choppy. It cleared out towards the middle of the day. It just leveled out, and just 1 foot maybe.
Yeah.
Real easy going.
That's nice. Just enough where you don't have to actually jig the rod.
Exactly.
The boat will move the rod for you.
But same thing. We limited out on everything that day, and it was great. We had to be back a little bit earlier that day because that was the turn-in day. So you got to have the boat back and cleaned by a certain time so they can come check it. Make sure you didn't break anything.
Yeah.
Get it ready for the next clients the next day. But so we didn't get to stay out quite as late that day, but still limited out. We caught a lot of cod that day. That's when we hit the cod. But that's the day we got into a pocket of arrow tooths.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, those things are gnarly.
Yeah.
I've never pulled up one of those before.
Yeah,
it's like, man.
Teeth, dude.
The first one we pulled up, because we'd pulled up halibut, we'd pulled up that soul flounder, and we pulled up this other thing, and we're like, oh, that's kind of weird. And went to go to unhook it, because we're like, oh, that's small. And it opened its mouth, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, that thing.
It is a nasty looking creature.
I would not want to get tangled up in that thing.
No.
Like, and they kind of came in like schools,
Yeah.
So like one person would pull one up, and the next 5 things that get pulled up would be those arrow tooths.
Mm-hmm.
And then they'd move on, and then we wouldn't catch one for a while, and then they'd kind of make a circle back. And I don't know, what their movements are actually. Maxwell might know more about that than I do. But they're
those flounder.
Yeah, like how they patrol around, because we would like catch a lot at one point, like we'd pull up 4 or 5 of them at a time, and then they'd just be gone, and we wouldn't catch any. We'd go back to halibut, we'd go back to cod, we'd go back to.
Was it as you were anchored, or were you guys kind of drifting?
At that point in time, we were anchored in some mud flats.
Yeah.
So
it could
They could have been chasing bait too,
Mhm.
and you guys were just
Tied.
intercepting them in the right place at the
Yeah.
right time.
Yeah.
But typically, from my understanding, now I don't spend a lot of time on the salt,
Mhm.
but from my understanding, the flounder, halibut, those sole,
Mhm.
the whole species, they're more of like an ambush, but
Yeah.
they do move in and out with the tides. They do come and go.
Right.
Like you could sit there and soak your bait for 2 hours and not get a bump, and then out of nowhere something happens.
Oh yeah. And we noticed that quite a bit.
Yeah,
I mean,
if I don't know if you've seen them, but there's guys down like Louisiana that spear sole. In, like,
really?
In the flats, yeah, they go out at night, the big lamp, and they go through, and there's even guys that just walk them too.
Yeah.
And they'll just be a little indentation, and you like can't see them, but they'll just take a gig and gig them.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Huh.
We got to go to Louisiana.
Yeah. That sounds like a blast.
Go meet Amos Moses.
Do that, and then do some hog hunting.
Was that so? Was that on your last day of fishing?
That was our last day. Yeah. Yeah. We got into a ton of those arrow tooth, and then
Did you guys hit any lingcod or no?
no, not a single one. Yeah,
Yeah,
not a
that's okay.
single.
Did you
ling.
see him
That's
on
okay.
the?
Let them grow.
Yeah, right.
Let them be.
Did you see him on the sonar at all?
Not that we noticed. No, I mean we had tons of fish on the sonar, but
Yeah.
we didn't like tell what was what.
Did you guys get on like 30-foot deep piles of bait that you would just go over, and the whole screen was just like smeared with red, like on the bottom, like
A bunch
30
of chutney,
feet.
bunch of just bunch of
Can't
stuff.
Not that I recall. No,
That was where we caught all the lingcod.
really.
Now, we could only keep the one that I got that was over the minimum size limit, but
Mhm.
we caught several smaller ones like
Really?
that, and we caught several rockfish on the edges of that. And that was out in the flats,
Wow.
and there was rockfish out there seeming to be hitting on that bait. But I mean, I kid you not, I have never seen a sonar screen light up like that, ever. And there was salmon jumping like 20 yards around the boat, but like
Mhm.
down deep, like the bottom 30 and 40 feet. We would go over it just looking for them, and the whole bottom of the screen was just littered with fish.
Were those
on the sonar.
silvers jumping?
Yeah.
Yeah, silvers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you catch
Fun.
any salmon on your trip
Caught
down
a
there?
pink. Yeah,
you?
one. Yeah, it bit at a tube on the way down.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So most
I
of
didn't
those
actually
guys,
catch it. Sean did, but
most of those guys that fish for salmon out there, they'll either troll spoons or they'll jig like hooches, and
yeah.
hooches are like a little rubber squid on a hook with a
Hoochie.
usually like a hoochie mama, and with like a little squid on a hook, or not a squid, rubber squid,
Yeah.
inline rubber squid hook,
Yep.
and then they'll usually bait it with a piece of herring. But
That's what we were using.
the last time I went down there, we had were just anchored up, or we were drifting for I think rockfish and halibut.
Mm-hmm.
We were catching cod, but like you'll notice the silver's just flying out of the water. I don't know
Yeah,
what's
they
going on
did.
Style, but if you got a casting rod, man, and like a
Mhm.
Pixie or like a big Clio, you cast out there at them, they'll chase you right up to the boat, and that's how I was catching silvers off the bow.
Yeah,
because as soon as I saw one jump within casting distance, that rod would go in the holder, and I'd run up to the bow, and pitch it out in front of them, and you'd get a whole school of them just right up to the boat. It's pretty cool.
We noticed even just pulling up, like checking bait, like from the depths, that they would
they'd
follow it all
right
the
up.
way up.
Yeah.
And then by the time we saw they were following it, it was already so close to the surface they'd see us and turn around. But no, they would follow. I mean, and then the one we did catch, it literally bit the tube jig as it was on its way down, not even jigging yet. So,
that's
but they were jumping. We saw a bunch of orcas that second day with a real nice day with the flat seas.
Cool.
Bunch of killer fish.
It's always cool to see.
Yeah,
there's a lot of whales.
That's not what I'm saying.
I don't like them. I get away from them. If I'm trying to catch fish, I go away. That's just me.
We need to close the Gulf.
They call them
killer whales.
They call, you know why? You know why they call them? Because they leave no witnesses. That's why.
Anyway, well, I'm glad to see that you guys had a good time.
No, it was a great time, man.
Fun.
I didn't want to come back. I went down there on a Thursday, came back on a Monday, and it was hard driving north, man. I'm telling you.
You know what we need to do?
It was a nice little town.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
You know what we need to do one of these winters, like just to shake like winter blues? It'd be cool to come in here and rap about it too. Is do like a group trip to I'm trying to think of where it's at. It might be Nanilchik. I'm not sure, or it could be Homer, but they do that Winter King trip, and it's it's Winter Kings and crabs.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I've always wanted to do that.
We catch crabs here in Fairbanks.
Oh my goodness. Cutting that out, Mo. I never caught him.
I didn't. I know a guy.
I've known
he said
several.
It was very bad, very hard to get rid
Yeah,
of
it's
him.
break time. Yeah.
There's a lot of crabs.
Let's take a break real quick. Hammer Bullets produces what we at the Northern Hunter consider to be the most premium and best working monolithic bullets on the market today. These bullets are easy to load, extremely accurate, and best of all, they're always in stock and ready to ship. The guys at Hammer designed them so that after penetrating the hide of an animal, it sheds its petals, initiating a massive energy dump while retaining the rear shank for maximum penetration. These bullets are built with 100% focus on how they perform on game, and their proprietary designs produce great BCs with specialized pressure grooves for amazing inherent accuracy and speed. They have a minimum expansion velocity of 1,800 feet per second, which allows for long-range shots, but with no maximum velocity, making them perfect for every cartridge from your granddaddy's old 30-30 to the high-velocity round like the Weatherby 30-378 without having to worry about your bullet failing. To view their expansive selection and find the perfect match for your hunting needs, go to hammerbullets.com and use discount code TheNorthernHunter to drop the hammer on your next adventure. All right, so as promised, we have arrived at our main topic. Took us a while. I think that might have actually been our longest intro section. But
Certainly our most entertaining one.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Thank you, Maxwell. Took a long time to get here.
Very long time.
But anyway, so the big game guiding season's about to kick off. Waterfowl's coming up, all that good stuff. We're going to talk a lot about that, talk about some gear stuff, talk about getting into guiding for any of you guys that are interested in getting into guiding, maybe some funny stories. We'll see where this goes. I don't actually have an outline for this section. I'm just going to let you guys run wild.
So you want to be an outdoor guy.
Exactly. But one kind of guiding that's been going on for a while now is you've been doing fish guiding.
Yeah.
Pretty much all summer whenever you can. And you ended up on a pretty cool YouTube video. So why don't you plug that a little bit?
Yeah. For those of you who might follow me on Facebook, Instagram, just kind of threw out a YouTube video with a friend of mine, RJ. You can look him up on YouTube. His YouTube page is RJ on the Fly. Doesn't have that big of a following, although he deserves it.
I would say it was a very good film. Yeah.
Guy's a guru behind the camera
Yeah.
and behind the computer editing. He's got a lot of money into his equipment.
So it looked like he had some drone footage and stuff like that.
He's got a drone. He's got a camera that's worth like a newer Honda Accord. Like I've never seen a camera that has insurance on it. I was actually scared to hold this thing over open water.
Right.
But yeah, you can check that out on his YouTube page, RJ on the Fly. This guy, he's from Florida. Does a lot of Florida stuff. Does some tarpon on the fly.
Mhm.
He's got some videos on some peacock bass on the fly. They came up. What was it last summer? His wife got a job here in Fairbanks. They went all around the state doing stuff. They fished for reds on the Kenai. I think they did steelhead and coho on the Anchor River.
Nice.
And then they fished with me last year down on the Delta Clearwater for grayling. Made an awesome video fly fishing for grayling down there. Caught a ton of fish. She got another job up here in Anchorage. I think about 2 or 3 months ago. They made a 12-hour, well, actually like more like 16 because it's 6 to Anchorage to Fairbanks and 2 to Fairbanks to Delta.
Right.
So just a huge trip just to come fish with me for one day. I was so blessed. Like I was so happy that they're great people.
That's better than a good Yelp review right there.
Yeah, the guy just gave me a commercial.
Right.
But just anything you can expect, like fishing on that river, he captured it.
Mhm.
I mean, the windy clarity, all the fish in the water. We were getting dry fly eats like right at our feet. It was actually pretty insane. You sit there and you kind of chum up the water with your boots and just kind of turn your boots a little bit and it kicks up all those nymphs and then they start going wild and you could dangle a dry fly right at your feet and catch them by hand on a dry fly. It's pretty insane. Well, yeah, if you want to check that video out, his YouTube page is RJ on the Fly.
And I believe he called it Seeing Gray. Is that
Seeing
correct?
Gray, episode 2.
Yeah.
Did he spell it Grey or AY? I can't remember.
That's a good question.
I'm just wondering if he spelled it right.
I want to say it was G. I want to say it was
I just have-
Grey.
Well,
Oh, really?
That's the proper spelling of
No,
the
it's
color
not.
gray.
It's not.
It's the proper English spelling of the color gray. Yes, it is.
This is America, Charlie Brown. My last name being Gray, I'm very partial to this argument, so I will die on this
Well,
hill.
there's only one proper way to spell Humphreys. So
With
Yeah.
an F.
Gray.
I'm
Oh,
going
he
to change
spelled
my
it
name
AY?
legally
He
now.
spelled it AY.
Hey, Mariah, he spelled it AY on his YouTube channel. He got it right.
But yeah, you can go to his YouTube. You could check out them flossing up salmon, catching steelhead on the Anchor River. There's another video from us last year catching grayling. He does a little bit of like just personal stuff, unguided stuff. He showed me some footage of him on some stream up off the Denali catching rainbows.
Oh, cool.
Got a pretty cool video of their journey from Florida to Alaska.
Oh, yeah.
That's a long trip.
Yeah, and somehow this guy is able to put a 5-day trip into 15 and a half minutes. Here, I do a 3-day I do a 3-day fishing trip to Kotzebue. It takes an hour and a half for me to put that up.
You did a lot more camera talking though than he did in his video.
Yeah,
I noticed
yeah.
His was a lot more like the panoramic, like kind of scenery,
higher
and-
budget.
Yeah, Right.
See, you're telling the story through film, right?
Yeah.
See,
I-
me, I'm just sitting there talking, being like, oh,
I really enjoyed
This
your
is achievement.
Kotzebue video
Yours-
though.
yours is like the Northern Hunter podcast.
And if you want to watch
version
my
of
YouTube video,
yeah.
you can go to my YouTube page at Max Stepp.
There you
My
go.
first YouTube video was to Kotzebue. I have one in the chamber right now. I just gotta go to Starbucks and upload it because I don't have any Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Oh man. Funny thing about that, when we first kickstarted this, and I was doing all the like legal paperwork and everything like that, it was all done on the McDonald's Wi-Fi. Yeah, because same thing. I didn't have it at my house yet. But no, that's cool. And if anybody wants to come grayling fish with you, are you still taking stuff for this year? Or are you pretty much wrapped up and getting ready for waterfowl?
Yeah, I'm pretty much wrapped up getting ready for waterfowl. Hopefully next year, if the day job lets me.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of my first year doing this new job, so it's hard to get, my own freedom. Just trying to be a good boy.
Yep.
But yeah, please hit me up, or like the waterfowl season's coming up, so you can contact me or John or Ryan at Swamp Dog, Alaska, or the day out trying to shoot some cranes, geese.
Nice. Yep. And that's like day trips mostly.
Yeah. Yep. I'll sit out there all day if you want to.
Right on. Right on. Well, cool. That's coming up. When does that start officially?
September 1st.
September 1st. Okay. You guys are out there. And is it one of those things where if you're not booked yet, you probably aren't going to get, or do you think you guys got plenty of room?
No. We do have a lot of openings. However, I'm not sure if we're taking much more right now. We're just kind of playing it by ear, seeing what the birds do.
Sure.
We know for a fact that the first few weeks are going to hold birds. But that last, I think, week of September, we're kind of keeping open just in case, there's a late push. But what we're trying not to do is take people's money and have them not shoot anything. That's the worst feeling.
Yeah. Well, it's the same reason the charter boats down in Chitina stop running, midway through August. Even though you can catch fish after that, it's not a guarantee. So
yeah, and I don't. Gosh, it's anxiety. As you probably know, Dalton. Guiding is just a mixture of emotions, and one of those top emotions is angst.
Yeah.
I think anxiety is a very progressive term for it, but I get what you mean.
Well, and on that note, you're also gearing up for your guiding season coming up. You guys are going to be out for a little bit. You saw fit to take the other 33% of the show with you. So, I guess 25% now that Chris is here. But
yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Still the MVP though.
Mo and I have been hunting together for a long time, and we decided that, he was interested in coming out sheep hunting, and he expressed interest in that. And so, we worked out a deal. And so he's going to come be a packer on my first sheep hunt for the season. So, he's looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it.
So we're all looking forward to it.
So if the next several episodes sound like they were edited by a fifth grader, that's on me.
Yeah. Yeah, I won't be here for at least the next 4 or 5 episodes, if not the next.
I think I'll only miss 2, but we'll see how that goes.
If not the next 8 or 10, depending on how long I'm out of town.
Yeah.
We're all on this adventure together.
I don't know. Maybe I'll just go on that sheep hunt and then, come out and decide I need to go find a spot to kill a sheep myself.
There you go.
Yeah. Just extend that time off, baby.
Yeah. I've worked really hard to not take any PTO.
Ooh.
On this, because I want to save my PTO. So I can justify.
Just remember,
so I can pay for heating oil this winter while I'm gone.
This is the time of year to save up, get that OT.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. Yeah. But
make hay while
you're never in better shape to go on another sheep hunt rather than the time that you're coming off of a sheep hunt. I know everybody talks about being so drained, and that's true, but you get a day or a day and a half of good rest after you've been sheep hunting for a week and a half, 2 weeks, and you feel like you could just take the world.
Well, it's kind of like I've been working outside, in the dirt, a lot heavier duty work in the last couple of weeks than I had been for last winter and most of the summer, which was a lot of remodeling.
Yeah.
And while it's less technical, it's a lot more physically challenging. And it's fun. I love my job. I go for 1 week, I'll sweat pipe, weld steel, dig a ditch with the excavator, and wiring some outlets or whatever.
And it's amazing. We were talking, I think it was last episode in the green time in between breaks and stuff about those bodybuilder versus tradesman competitions and stuff like that. And it's amazing. Like when I used to be carpenter, electrician, doing all that work, just how good a shape you're in. I talk about when I was working on Wainwright, helping with the remodel of my old barracks building, the 1001 barracks on Fort Wainwright. When we were rebuilding the roof on that thing, you're up and down 4 flights of stairs, basically all the way up and down. And you just got to go down and grab a case of screws. Okay, we ran out of screws. Yep. Run down, run back up with a case of screws. Oh, we need more 2-bys. All right, run down, grab some 2-bys, throw them on the boom, get them up there. you're just constantly moving, even just going up and down ladders. Like when I was wiring up houses and stuff like that, going up those 6-foot ladders and running wire across the rafters and stuff. Like you really don't realize how good a shape you're getting in doing that stuff. Like, and my current job isn't quite as physical, and I notice. Like,
I'm sure
I have to be a lot more intentional with being able to do
my
stuff.
saving grace.
Yeah. No, I mean, and that's what keeps those guys going, man.
Like just my junk food consumption. And
I've been watching that. Like you talk about like getting off it all, and the next thing I know, you're just hitting those Red Bulls again and eating Airheads, and can't blame you. I mean, I love the stuff too.
It gets away from you. I'm the same way,
dude, and I just burn it up in my sleep.
Right,
you go wrestle rolls of carpet and boxes of plank all day, and it's all day long.
Yep. Yeah. No, I mean, if you're in the trades, I mean, you already have a leg up. Like on fitness.
Yeah, working these past few weeks is just like way I felt doing that the first day or two, in and out of the dirt and the heat and everything, and like even getting less sleep this past 6 days or whatever, and still working just as hard. I feel great.
Yeah.
What Dalton said, you will get in shape.
Yeah,
I'll probably weigh less than I have for 10 years.
I mean, when I came off my stint, I think I had 2 new holes punched in my belt. Yeah, my leather belt that I had coming off. I was in amazing shape.
Yep.
And then I actually made the joke that because after my sheep season was over, I went straight into waterfowl guiding, and that's a lot of stagnant.
Yeah,
lot of stagnant. Not of sitting there eating lickies and chewies and looking at the sky. And I made the joke where it's like, I sheep hunt for a month so I can come out here and sit on my butt, look at the sky and do nothing.
Exactly.
No, that's a good recovery time. So before we get into what it takes to be a guide, Mo, since this is your first venture out for being a packer or getting into this world, what kind of gear you've been looking at that's different from what your usual pack looks like?
So I've been bugging Dalton for the past couple weeks because I had if we're gonna head out on foot from the truck, a day's walk, I'm good.
Yep.
Right. I know what I need. I've got the gear. I'm confident. If I'm on a wheeler, I'm really I've got gear.
Oh yeah.
If I want, every year you go buy a couple of new pieces of gear to update or upgrade or fix what you broke, right? Or replace what you broke. This year, now I'm like, all right, well, this is way more like, okay, everything I have weighs something, right?
Yep.
And so I've been buying a lot. Well, I've had something that may have worked. I've been buying a lot of gear just so I have the right thing to have, right? No.
That's a very different style than you're used to.
For those of you that live in Fairbanks and do what we all do, and that is, free shipping should get here in time. It says 4 to 6 business days.
Oh, yeah.
I ordered some stuff 2.5 weeks ahead of time. And one thing said free shipping about 8 days. The other one said free shipping 4 to 6. They're still both scheduled to get here after I leave. Over $300 in gear.
Yep.
So I'm going to be buying a few things to replace those things, taking a few different options, and borrowing some stuff.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to buy it again local, And it's stuff that I couldn't get local anyway. I looked for it local. I try to buy local when I can. But yeah, no, every paycheck has just been, all right, let's run around town, pay what bills I need to pay, and then I'm going to go run around town. And But I got a new Jetboil Mini Mow.
Mini Mow?
The Mini Mow. Yeah, it's been around for a long time.
Okay. That's cute.
It may have been one of the first ones they came out with after the main one.
Yeah.
Yeah, after the original Jetboil.
Yeah.
The Mini, and it's been extremely popular.
Yeah.
Because it's the same.
Is that like in between, or is that like similar to the Pocket Rocket?
So it's the same. No, it's the same capacity as
Come again?
It's the same capacity as a regular Jetboil.
What?
Sheep hunting essentials.
What?
All right.
That's what it's called,
guys.
right?
Yes. There's the MSR Pocket Rocket.
Okay.
Yes.
It's another. It's the super lightweight. It's the super lightweight version of a hunting stove that you can get.
Can that take? Yeah. So what type of fuels do those take?
Same thing.
Is it just like
these are all butane stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, just butanes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I was saying was the Mini Mow is the same capacity as a regular Jetboil. It's just wider and shorter.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Right, and so it's a little easier to pack that way. But I haven't used it yet. I'm gonna get it out and boil some water in it at the house once, just to season
it
or
off,
whatever.
yeah.
But supposedly has the best heat control of
Yeah.
just about any stove on the market.
Nice.
You can simmer the Mini-Mo burner,
okay.
whereas the majority of any other butane stove like
Mhm.
that is either all or nothing.
Right.
You ever
Yeah.
tried to cook soup or chili in an original jet boil?
Yeah.
It's never
Yeah,
the
you
same.
can't.
No, it's not. It's
You
not.
can't. You just can't get those things down. You'll get them down solo.
They just go out.
We'll
Yeah.
put them out. Yeah.
So that's why I decided to go with that. It's not the lightest weight option. You know, you mentioned the Pocket Rocket, and they even have the new Pocket Rocket Deluxe. It's got it's got a bigger burner on it. It's better in the wind. Has an igniter, but it's still the small little package.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And
I have the original Pocket Rocket that I bought years ago,
Okay.
and it really did not do well in the wind.
That's why I decided not to go with it. Now, at least you can buy a wind
Shield.
shield
Yeah.
for it and
Yeah,
everything.
That's what I've been
but-
looking at.
Yeah.
Well, in Jetboil you can too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Quick
Yep.
thing. I don't want to get off on a huge tangent.
Yeah.
Tangent incoming.
Please, God no. Like you talked about like having a little igniter
Mhm.
on those. Like guy like me, I always carry like a lighter out in the field, maybe
Yep.
even two.
That's
What's well, yeah,
it.
I think I have
lightweight.
I have two. I have two lighters. In my
But
kit
like
right
with
now.
those igniters, I have so I have a jet boil with no igniter, and I've
Mhm.
always just kept like one of those mini Bics
Mhm.
in there,
Mhm.
and it like slips right into the whole configuration when it's all broken down. But I just got some other jet boil style stove, and it actually comes with a little
The little
It's not-
clicker.
it's not built into it, but it looks like it looks like a weird pen or like a
Yeah.
stylus. So it's got a little
It's got a
button-
little click on
Yeah.
one and with a
Yeah.
little
it's
spark
got
on
a
the
little
other.
button on it.
Those
but
things will fail.
I was going to say I tend to
Yeah.
stray away from or I wouldn't say necessarily stray away from those ones that have the internal
Yeah.
striker
Yeah.
for them, but always bring your backup.
Yep.
An
I've
actual
got
lighter
those.
or
I've got
two.
a couple of them.
It's the same thing
Because-
with those little wheels on the end of them.
I mean, because you'll be
Yeah.
getting. I mean, I've had instances where even your lighter gets soaked, or God forbid, both your lighters get soaked, and I'll be sitting there trying to find a dry piece of clothing. If somehow wherever your lighter got soaked, you're probably soaked. So
Yeah.
you're sticking out like a dry piece of clothing and just running that striker across the.
You know what else works good too for that?
What?
Is MSR sells a tiny little ferro rod about that long, and that lives in my stove. all the
Okay,
time.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that if I can't find a lighter that's going to work, which I always have several lighters, and I haven't run into this, but I've always got a backup little miniature ferro rod for that.
Yep.
I put a package
you
of
can usually
waterproof
start.
matches in my
Yeah.
stuff. I've got a waterproof jet style lighter.
Yep.
I have a
Yeah.
regular lighter.
I've got a little
Backup-
butane
backups, I like
blowtorch
that.
lighter.
Yep.
If
I like
if
that.
there's one
The
thing to
Trekker,
have a
the
lot
orange
of
one?
redundancy
Uh-huh.
on,
Yeah.
it's your fire
Same.
making.
Yeah.
It's your
Yeah.
fire making tools.
Yeah.
Even in the
kidding.
middle of the mountains.
Yeah, even where there is no fire fuel.
Yeah.
Well, there's
Bring
fire fuel in sheep
redundancy.
country in some places.
Yeah.
Yes.
But so yeah, that was a big thing for me because I've been running old original jet boils for forever. I had an original that wasn't mine originally. I bought it used, and I ran that thing for
A long time.
a long time. I mean, the whole neoprene ring was burned all the way around the edges. It was dented up. You had a hard time getting the burner back into the lid of it
Yeah,
because it was
so warm.
Yeah, and it finally on the burner. I still have the cup, but the burner itself, it just
The little plastic around it had melted.
no that hadn't happened yet. I did that on the one I have now. Listen to a previous episode to hear the story on that. But the little mesh where the flame came out,
Yeah. yeah.
all separated and just fell apart.
Oh, really?
Did it like kind of like a rust out type?
No, I think it just from being
Just
really
hot.
hot.
Disintegrated
along
over
for-
time.
'cause-
Yeah.
Because the guy I bought it from had probably had the thing for 5 or 6 years. Well, no, I bought it from his widow at an estate sale.
Oh,
He was my
that's
dad's
right.
hunting buddy, and she had a
Oh.
big sale, and I went and bought him one. I still have some of that other stuff that hasn't wore out yet that he had, but anyway, man, I ran that thing forever,
Yeah.
That dude went on a lot of hunts after that. That's cool.
and
Yeah.
but yeah, no, that, and then I bought trekking poles. I ordered the Peaks Elite.
Mhm.
Those seem to be what everybody That is the best.
And now they're not going to make it.
And now
in
they're
time.
not going to make it in time. Yep.
So
I guess I'm going to have to go on another sheep hunt.
Dude,
just got to break those things in.
Yeah.
Just come
Just
home.
to use my gear.
Yeah, just come home, grab all your new gear that'll be waiting in your living room for you that your wife is going to be tired of looking at.
Yep.
Yeah.
Take it out there in the package.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Break it out in front of the clients and be like, ooh.
Find which tote she put it in. You know.
But
Yeah.
so I bought that. I bought a lightweight tarp for
Yeah.
glassing or you know
Mhm.
waiting out the rain or whatever.
Yeah.
I just bought the Alps one. It's
Yep.
not that much lighter than anything else out there, and for starting out, I didn't want to spend another $150 or $300 because
Yeah.
like there are just tarps that don't do anything special that
Yeah.
are $300 to
Yep.
$400, believe it or not, and they don't weigh that much less.
Nope. And I think that's definitely one of those things where you can, you know, it's not a life or death piece of equipment, and you can basically try out if you want to upgrade down
Yeah,
the line,
well, and-
if it's worth it to you.
And the biggest
know.
thing for me with it is I can buy that, use it. It's going to be good for a couple years,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Exactly.
Yeah, if you just take care of it. I mean,
Exactly. Yeah.
Yep.
keep it away from the
And
fires.
then
patch
that'll
it
help
if
me
you
really
need.
make a decision on what
Yeah.
I liked and didn't like
Yep.
about it.
It'll do everything the fancy ones will do for that
Yeah.
time
I
period.
think whatever
Yeah.
grade you go with, the tarp's super important.
Yeah.
Like as far as
No, I'm not saying the tarp's not important. I'm saying having the nice one versus the cheap one's not the end of the world.
Yeah, as long as the cheap one's good.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Like because that's
Right.
sketchy.
A tarp in
Yeah.
sheep
They've
country.
saved my butt a couple times.
I've been saved by garden tarps before, so that's okay.
Yeah.
When I say cheap, I don't mean $20 on Amazon.
No,
Okay. I still went down to
exactly.
Sportsman's and picked one out that was still, like I
Yeah.
said, it wasn't heavy. It's
Yeah.
still light. It's
Yeah,
still
yeah,
going to do the job. It ain't going to get ripped to pieces in the wind.
That's yes.
And it ain't like the $10 Coghlan's
No.
poncho. You
No.
can-
Now, what I did what I did buy, because it only came with 4 of those little round, like the stakes that look like a like
Oh,
a staff.
yeah.
Mhm.
I took those out of the pack, and I bought 8 of the Coghlan's. The
little stainless ones.
they're not stainless. They're aluminum.
Uh-huh.
Because they were like $7 for 4, so I bought 2 packs.
And those are light.
And
too,
they're
yeah.
light, and they're not that much. I mean, you know,
And you could-
if I bought MSR ones for like $8 a piece, I'd probably save half an ounce overall.
Mm.
But
and if you bust them, you bend them.
The thing about sheep
it's
country
cheap.
is people tend to overdo it on steaks. And what you find out is you start using rocks on guy lines a lot more than you
Really?
use steaks.
well,
Yeah.
it came with 4 steaks,
Yeah.
and I looked at that and said,
Yeah.
well, if I need to guide this thing out, 4 steaks isn't even enough to do this the way it's shown
No.
on the package.
Right.
So
right.
like
yeah.
8 will cover me.
Yeah.
If I need extra steaks with a
Yeah.
tent or whatever,
Yeah.
I'll be covered.
And it's good to have stakes for your tarp and for your tent as well, because if you rip some out of the ground or
Mhm.
lose some out of a bag,
Mm.
then you have a few extras. So I have stakes. I actually have the little super micro stakes that came with my teepee from
Mhm.
Peaks. I use those with my Sitka tarp. That's like my little
Okay,
shelter
there you go. Yeah.
because those don't weigh anything.
Mm.
And then my Hilleberg tent comes with surprisingly tiny little stakes, but they're enough to pitch it. But I'm probably going to sub those out for my MSR stakes because I already have a whole bundle of those.
Mhm.
And then 9 times out of 10, when you're up above, like up in sheep country, you're just putting rocks through the
Rocks
loops on your
balance.
guy
Yeah, I mean, I
lines.
do that.
Mhm.
Yeah, do that in moose country, like
Yeah.
if you've got them.
Because good luck pounding an aluminum stake into a mountainside. It doesn't
Right.
happen.
But yeah,
So-
that's where I looked at that. They're a little longer and bigger and but they were cheap.
Yeah.
They're light. They
Yeah.
ain't gonna fall apart because they're Coghlan's. They're
Yeah.
just steaks.
Yeah.
And so yeah, one after this hunt, and I might go buy the stone tarp or the new Peaks tarp or maybe I'll buy the Nemo for $300, even though I don't know what's special about it that makes it $300. But
Yeah.
The stone one's nice. I would like to.
yeah,
get
the
that
stone one is nice.
Yeah.
The stone one is nice, but it's awfully big.
It's a little bit bigger
There-
than the one I have.
There,
now.
there is a lot of surface area on that stone tarp, and see, I don't know that I'm a big fan of the gray and silver colors like that.
No,
I'm just not a huge fan of that color, especially like for what we're gonna do
Mm-hmm.
when you're up in sheep country. Like I really wish that Sitka Gear still made those tarps that they used to make.
Yeah, I just
Because-
looked them up. I was like, "Oh, what's he talking about?" And
I
looked
have
them up
one
and-
that
I was
actually,
looking those up. They look
I-
really nice.
my
They're
dad,
heavier.
yeah,
but-
yes, they are a lot heavier than a normal lightweight tarp, but they have two little leather patches in the middle, so you can stake it out and then put 2 trekking poles in the middle and make like a little tunnel tent out of
the
it.
leather gives it a
And
little support.
the ends are elongated so you can tuck them down.
Okay.
So you can make like a little tunnel tent that you can survive in. And I've camped in it on summer nights, just sheep scouting.
Yeah.
When there's not going to be a lot of weather, I'll just bring a little ground cloth, of a sleeping pad, and a sleeping bag, and just sleep underneath that tarp.
Nice.
But then to pitch it as a glassing tarp, you just open one of those ends on the side up, and then put your trekking poles on the outside corners.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And the ends are the elongated ends for the tent ends. So those you can stake out, and I do, because they have guy lines all the way around, and reinforced nylon and leather patches all the way around where the guy lines are. It's a super, super tough tarp. I mean, in terms of tarps, it is really robustly built. But my dad bought 2 of those years ago, and he gave me one of them, and I've just never wanted to get anything else. There's lighter options.
I like the
but there's nothing.
It looks very versatile.
Yeah, there's nothing that I've seen that's been as durable and that's as versatile as like an actual shelter.
But
if
it
you
does
had to.
gain pounds.
Is that one of those pieces of equipment that they discontinued to revamp and they're planning on re-releasing? Or
I have
because
seen,
they did that with a lot of stuff.
I couldn't see anything on their website that
I have seen.
would moderate.
I have seen other people that work with Sitka with tarps recently.
Yeah.
Bigger ones, different designed ones. So there's a lot in the process. Barklow, who is now the head of all the hunting department at Sitka, not just big game. He is head of hunting. He has revamped a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of changes coming, and a lot of things are being subtracted, and a few new things that are added.
Yep.
They've got some new down products and like a chemically treated down that's like way superior, supposedly, to the existing treated down offerings of the hunting gear market right now.
Right.
But he's changing a lot of those things. So I'm hopeful that within the next year or two, they'll come back out with some tarp options, because that one that I've got is awesome.
Yeah.
And yes, in sheep country, that will save your butt. That is an awesome piece of equipment.
Like I said, so that's where I was at with that. It's more of it's a trial.
Yeah.
And you know what? What was it? It's Alps. Honestly, Alps makes good gear. I've used other Alps stuff that's good. It doesn't last a long time.
Yeah.
It doesn't stand up to the wear and tear of years of use.
As long as you don't let it, get wind blown up against some rocks and wear holes
and honestly,
in it, then it should be fine.
I haven't set it up yet. I'm going to before I leave, but like, I've opened it up and looked at it. Like, it's a tough tarp. It's not.
I would say Alps makes great gear for like entry level stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, their packs are great.
I've run several of the packs, and I've not had one that doesn't fall apart.
I've been running mine for like 3 or 4 years now. Is that when I bought that?
No, I've been running
that's that frame pack.
Yeah.
So I've been running day packs. I ran their day packs for a while, and
yeah.
those I'd get a couple years out of before pockets started wearing holes into each other, and it was just you stick it in the front pocket and ended up in the main bag. But
it's a high quality item right
that's when
there,
you
Clark.
hand it to somebody and say, here's a free pack. It's a little wore out, but you're like, and oh, thanks, man, I couldn't afford this.
To be fair, this state does beat the living crap out of
well,
packs.
especially when it's been riding on a wheeler.
For,
500 miles or whatever I put on it that year.
Oh yeah.
So those are two of the bigger things. There's been a lot of smaller stuff that, I've been buying dry sacks and, spending the money on some of those. I have some I'm going to use just because I have them, and good night. Dry sacks are expensive.
Yes, they are.
The good ones, the light ones for that.
They're worth it when you need them to prove themselves.
That's why they're expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, I know they're worth it. It's just, it all adds up.
But, yeah.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
I bought the GSI Microlight water bottle, which has come highly recommended as an insulated, lightweight bottle, which there's not a lot of available. There's a lot of insulated bottles, but like go pick up a Yeti and decide to take that on your trip. Like they're not light.
No.
But anyway, and that won't be here in time either.
Oh no.
They're not cheap. They're like $50.
Yeah.
Well,
40 or 50,
I'd say I'm excited to hear your review of all this gear when you get back, but it sounds like
it'll get used. Don't get me wrong; it will get used. I don't regret buying it. I just wish I'd paid for the shipping option that guaranteed a delivery date.
Yeah.
Because I also ordered that week from First Light and paid for the next best shipping option. Because the one that wasn't very specific, and I was like, I'm just going to pay for it, and it showed up like 2 days later.
They've been getting better about shipping times over the years from when I first moved here.
First Light
I mean,
is fast shipping.
I just
They
had
get it in the
somebody-
mail quick.
even just anything. I mean, even Amazon stuff. I mean, some things take a long time. Like we've had some issues even here getting equipment right, and like things just not showing up for weeks after they say they're supposed to be here. But like in general, I would say the shipping issue is still a thing in Alaska, but it's not nearly as bad as it used to be.
Hey,
like you're never going to get overnight shipping here unless you pay out the wazoo for it.
You bringing a spotter, Mo?
I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I don't have one yet. So
We'll have one spotter between the three of us. So the client will have, his gun and his hunting equipment and his food and his water. We try to, he's a capable guy, and so we're splitting up so that we can not overload any one person. That's the idea.
It's great.
There are some clients that would require you to carry food and water for them. And listen. There are former clients of mine that I have done that for, and that's fine. That's
what you're getting paid for.
That's part of the job. But when you have a client that can carry that food supply and that water, that just makes it easier on everybody. Yeah. And especially if the client is training for it and he's getting in shape, he or she, and if they can do that, then it just lightens the workload on everybody. And I'm also not of the opinion that you should separate. That you see some people that I'm sure, Max, you've seen this, but you have a lead guide on a hunt, a packer, and a client. And where's the lead guide at in relation to the other two people?
Home.
Yeah.
Home.
Miles and miles away. He wasn't a very good boss. Was not a very good boss. Maybe the worst. Not the worst. I didn't say that.
So not for this particular illustration, but what I'm talking about is he's like
back at camp,
like a quarter mile ahead of you.
Oh, okay. And then,
like far out ahead, and then you feel bad as the packer because you don't want the client back there sucking wind by himself, and so you hang with him. And it's harder to walk slow than it is to just go at your pace that might be a little bit faster. Sure. So it's easier from the beginning for everybody just to establish what's our pace, and we're all just going to go together, because guess what? If a grizzly bear pops out behind everybody, the packer can't instruct on the legality of that animal for the client to shoot it, and the guide is too far away to make the decision. So bad things happen when you separate. So going into it, operating as a team, we're all there to support one another. Obviously, Mo and I are there to support the client on the success of his hunt.
Right.
But if we go into it working like a team, then the result is always a better ending.
So
every time.
And I'm sure you end up with, the two probably variants of clients that you end up with, I would assume, would be very capable sheep hunters and backcountry hunters from the lower 48 that are required to have a guide when they come here, so they don't have a choice but to hire you.
That's most clients.
Otherwise would be able to go up and do it themselves. And they're experienced hunters. And then you probably got the demographic of retirees that have been saving their whole life. It's been their dream.
Usually those
they
guys
couldn't afford it till they were older, and they're just
crimping and saving. And
usually those guys go with an outfitter that uses horses.
Yeah,
or planes.
Well, most outfitters use planes in Alaska,
or planes very close.
Yes,
with a very skilled pilot.
Yes.
Hey, I don't want to get. I don't mean to backtrack.
Yeah,
but
go ahead,
Dalton. How did you get involved in guiding? Because that's the biggest. That's one of the biggest questions I've gotten, as far as when I, as some of you know who've listened to me talk here, got out of the military, had a little bit of a guiding background, if you want to consider fishing guiding.
It is.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you. Finally, somebody. But yeah, I got thrown. I'll tell my story, but I'd like to hear how you got into it, because that's the biggest question I got when I told family, friends, put it on my Facebook that I'm going to be gone doing this XYZ. Yeah. How did you get into it?
It's a lifelong dream. Like I kid you not. Like ever since I can remember, I've wanted to be in the hunting industry all my life. And so as a young adult, my buddy and I, Remy, that I guide with in the springtime at Brown Bear Camp, he was mowing lawns as a teenager for this fella in the state. And one day this guy said, "Hey, you're a hunter, right?" Because I think my buddy showed up to mow his lawn and he was wearing a Kuiu jacket or something. And he said, "Hey, you're a hunter. You come inside and look at this." And he had a bunch of brown bear skulls and, neat stuff and a bunch of pictures. And he was showing him brown bear hunts. And he said, I could use a couple of young guides that want to get into this, and train them up as packers if you're interested and if you have a friend. He called me like on his way home from work and said, "Dude, we're in." Because he and I had been talking to a few people, and the most difficult part was the commitment to just do it.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's, I think we were talking about this, like maybe even in the green time, like before we started recording, but everybody that's a hunter thinks they want to be a guide.
Not me.
Well,
I want to be a hunter.
There are,
I think a lot of young guys, real young guys growing up hunting.
The stereotypical situation that I'm talking about is there are a lot of people that'll watch a YouTube video, say, let's even use the illustration of Billy Moles, right? Billy Moles has just blown up as far as the internet's concerned. And he didn't do it back then. He didn't film hunts to become a viral sensation. Being viral wasn't even a thing back when he was starting to film his hunts. He just filmed them because that's just what he wanted to do, right? He made home movies and he sold VHSs and DVDs at little trade shows. And then during COVID, he started putting those videos on YouTube and everybody watched it.
Mm-hmm.
Why? What's different about what Billy does and what everybody else on YouTube does for hunting content that's not fully sponsored and overproduced? Billy was just filming authentically, right? And so people think that they want to get into guiding because they see the highlight reel. And even though Billy is as real as they get for filming hunts, most of the time you just get the highlights. And so that's and the time commitment, and that's what held me back from doing it even at a younger age, is the time commitment, because you're gone a lot and it's not easy. And it doesn't get any easier. My wife and I talked about this right as we got married. We said, well, the longer we're married, the easier this will be. And it's not. It's not easier, because as we've gotten older, we've gotten closer. To one another.
It's harder to be away from each other.
And so, it's difficult. And, we're coming up on just a few days away before I leave. And we're spending time together and, going to dinner with friends and kind of trying to wrap up summer friend activities that we do together as a married couple, because pretty soon I'm going to be gone for the majority of the fall.
Almost feel bad having you come in on this late
night.
Almost.
Well, almost, but not quite. But no, it's the time commitment that's the most difficult thing, I think. Like, hard work and physicality aside, like if you show up and you're willing to learn, then you can make it if you're not, completely inept to learning. But the biggest thing is the time. And like the biggest percentage of dropouts of packers and guides that I have seemed to seen over the few years that I've been doing it is wives and girlfriends.
Yeah.
That is like reason number one.
That's
They get an in-reach message while they're on a hunt, and I've watched this happen with a really good guy that was a packer that was working towards being a guide, and he got a message, and, wife/girlfriend, I'm not going to say what, but texted him and told him on the in-reach, either you come home or this is over. And he just freaked out. And without going into a lot of detail, it wasn't a situation that he should have freaked out about, and if she was willing to leave him over that.
That wasn't
it wasn't. One. Yeah, the stars weren't aligned for that one anyway. Yeah, but it completely tatered his whole season, and he ended up going home, and that's unfortunate. So I consider myself the most blessed person in the world to have married the person that I did, to have married the woman that I did, who understands and who is allowing me to do that.
Yeah, and in full support.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, awesome. And she's home right now dehydrating snacks for me to have during the daytime in between freeze-dried while I'm sheep hunting.
And you see that a lot with anybody who's really successful in that field. I mean, we had Tyler in here you know, and like, you know, same thing. She's full support, you know, and it's
Tyler and Brittany.
And, you know, it takes that.
Yeah.
It takes the team effort there.
Both parties have to buy in a marriage. But I guess that was a complete rabbit trail of how I got into it.
It was, but I liked hearing
But
it.
yeah, it was just a connection through my buddy that he just happened to meet somebody when we were, you know, very young. And that was how we got started.
Yeah, putting a good foot forward.
Yeah.
Obviously, like Remy was
Yeah.
showing how he was a hardworking dude.
Yep.
Mowing lawns.
Yep. He was mowing lawns for summer money. And the outfitter noticed that he worked hard and said, I could use you and one of your friends.
So this is something that I'll give you two ways I kind of got into the industry. Being up here, being totally new.
Yeah.
I had done a lot of fishing, and that's kind of my own thing. I'm my own boss with my fishing side.
Right.
But I had done a lot of waterfowl hunting in Illinois, and very little, I wouldn't say very little, but little big game stuff. I mean, I mainly chased deer around, and it wasn't until up here until I started chasing bears, caribou. Never really had any aspirations to go for moose and sheep, but I knew they were out there waiting for me. And to how I got into the big game stuff. And I only did one season. I'm not going to say I'm a big game guide, because I'm not. I wouldn't even say I really was when I was out there. I was very, very novice. I shouldn't have even been. I should have been a packer, to be honest with you. If I'm being honest with anybody and myself, I should have been a packer at first. But I got thrown right into the mix, taking somebody who's never been to Alaska. It was not. It was like, I wouldn't say it was the blind leading the blind, more like the deaf and legally blind leading. But that, I mean, that's how I got into it. I moved into my first place out of the Army. The owner was a big game guide. Kind of asked me, you know, what I like to do, and I told him I had this dream of, you know, being on TV, taking people hunting and fishing. That was like my dream. It still is. I'd love to be able to do that one day. Like, I grew up watching a lot of Jim Shockey.
I was just gonna say the new Jim Shockey.
A lot of Jim Shockey. A lot of Outdoor Channel. And that's just something I always wanted to do. And I know I had the personality for it. And that's something else you kind of got to have. You can't be, you got to be humble. You got to be very appreciative. You got to be patient. And I knew I had a little bit of all three of those things.
You're the most humble person around. Ask anybody. Yeah,
if I do say so myself.
A lot of people say I'm very humble.
A lot of people say it. A lot of people like me. I'm a good guy.
And it just kind of snowballed, I guess. And now we're kind of getting into more segments of almost story time. But we got into. I moved into this place. Landlord was a big game guide. Kind of felt me out a little bit. And I'll tell you this: anybody who's listening, if you want to become a guide of any sorts, good way to get into it is obviously knowing somebody, right? We can all agree on that.
Yeah.
What I actually did, otherwise, when I left that gentleman's outfit and tried to get in some other ones, we get on the old Google, guiding sheep, bear, moose, whatever, in your local area. And just start calling people up, cold calling. Hey, I cold called a couple people. Hey, my name is Maxwell. I'm not trying to book a hunt. I'm this old. I've done X, Y, and Z. I was just kind of looking at your website here, kind of checking out your operation. I was wondering if you needed a packer. I was wondering if you needed a guide. I've been doing this. Here's some pictures from my successful hunts. If we could, I'd really like to have the opportunity to go have coffee or lunch with you. And that's kind of how I got my foot in the door through this other guy, just cold calling. And if you're a good person with a good head on your shoulders and a hardworking attitude, usually these guides who have been around 100 people for the last 10 years, who've seen the cycle of either guides, clients. You know, typically guides are more or less people people, right? People persons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
for the most part.
they could probably pick up what you're putting down pretty quick. And
Yeah.
if you just
Oh yeah,
go up and have
certainly
a
a
cup of coffee.
good judge of character.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Good judge of character. Go have a cup of coffee. Kind of, play your fiddle for them.
Yeah.
And that's a great way to get your foot in the door.
Please give me a job, sir.
Yeah, I want to go chase animals.
Yep.
But that's those are two ways
Mm-hmm.
like you can get into the realm of guiding.
Yeah. Well, and that's like when we, again, throw back to when we had Tyler Kuhn on, and he was telling his story about how he got into it. And that's exactly what he did. He started cold calling people. He'd look up all the outfitters in the area that he wanted to go to. He was part of just trying to get in. And that can be a struggle too. I mean, he
Very much
exhibited, a lot of stories on his struggle getting into it because people would fall out and cancel last minute, or he'd show up and there wouldn't be any work. And then like all this other stuff, there's struggles both sides, right? But that's those types of struggles I feel are something you would kind of get even if it was word of mouth, even if you knew somebody that got into it.
Yeah.
Those are things you can't control until you're on site.
Yeah. Now on top of that, it's also really hard for you to, and it depends on who you are. It's really hard to be a judge of character of who your new boss might be.
Mm-hmm.
They could be very nice on that little coffee and little lunch that you're going out with them on, and they could be a whole different person out in the field. And that's unfortunately that's kind of what I ran into.
Gotcha.
On one of my old bosses.
I think one of the best things that I've learned about who to work for is don't just give them references for you if they ask. You call references of theirs.
Right, yeah. And that's something and red flag number one for me is when he came up to me and said, "Hey, my guide for this year has completely fell off the map. He's not returning my calls. He's not talking to me. When I went over to his house, it had a for sale sign on it. And he is gone." And I thought, well, it could be, the guy is just kind of embarrassed or something, but maybe it could have been like, that guy does not deserve the time of day. I'm not talking to him anymore. He doesn't. And honestly, that's really not what you should do.
No.
People, you should just man up.
Yeah.
Tell them, hey, I don't want to work for you anymore.
Yeah. Right.
But that was kind of looking back, that was kind of my red flag number one. Like, you got to think, why didn't this guy want to talk to him? Why didn't this guy want to work for him anymore? And that's a whole nother rabbit hole of stuff we'll probably touch on in a little bit.
The guiding industry is super, super small in this state. And even like the hunting industry in general is a pretty small community. But when you zoom into like the Alaska guide community, and I've made my share of mistakes, as anybody does when they're learning. And I am not like the old sage guide by any means. And I learn something new from everybody that I get to work for.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime I'm in a base camp and I get to share a couple of nights in base camp with the whole crew, I'm talking to the older senior guides and listening to them and, listening to their stories, and you just kind of let them talk. And you can pick up a lot of information and learn a lot from those older guys. But the community is small enough that if you want to find out some information on somebody, it's not that hard to do anymore. There's internet forums. There's Rockslide has a surprising amount of information out there about different outfitters. All you have to do is search some hit words on Rockslide or just Google them, and or call the APHA, the Alaska Professional Hunters Association. See if they're listed with the APHA. That's not like the gold standard to see if somebody's listed on there or not. But if somebody is, then they're willing to put their reputation out there to the public that they are looking to hire other people, or that they are, advertising for more work through the APHA. So that would be a risk for somebody who's a shady outfitting business, right? Because they don't want more publicity. Those kind of people don't want to be found out that they're screwing clients over and underpaying guides or not paying guides on time at all, which is another big problem. So figure out, call around, see if anybody that you can connect with has worked for this guy. Does he write you a check at the end of the season, or do you get a check 4 or 5 months later? by Christmas
Right.
time, because that happens every year in this state.
Well, and I'm sure that's a huge consideration for anybody going into this. I mean, are you going to get paid?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not only can you take the time away from your personal relationships and your personal life and be out there dedicating your 24 hours, 7 days a week to this, but are you even going to get anything at the end of it? Or are you going to go home and have to live on ramen noodles?
That is a great point. I would say if I could sustain my life with all the nice things I have and everything I've been blessed to be able to buy and have a roof over my head.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how many other people, how many other guys would be able to say this, but I would do what I would do for free if I could.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that's kind of the personality you need to have. Like guides can be a little money hungry, 100%. I mean,
sure,
there's people all over the world that are a little money hungry, but the fact of the matter is, when you are a guide, you're not really there for yourself. You're not there to be like, yeah, I did this.
No.
It's to let somebody else come up next to you, pull the trigger, and at the end of the day, you could say, "This guy did that."
Yeah.
And that's what I think my favorite part about guiding is taking somebody, and I'm just kind of referencing like complete novices, because that's mainly what I get a lot of the fly fishing stuff and even my waterfowl stuff.
Sure.
Little less on maybe the sheep and the big game stuff. But you're taking somebody, you hand them a fly rod, and I'm like, have you ever casted a fly rod before? Well, no. I'm like, awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Like I might get hooked once or twice, but it's going to be, it's a lot of fun, like teaching people how to do stuff. And even like in sheep and bears, pushing people and just dragging them up a hill, and they might be hating their life. They might just be sucking wind, and you got to learn how to kind of help them out. Maybe not just absolutely run up a hill and wait for them to catch up, but you got to sit there and walk with them. But
how to motivate them as individuals.
And you got, and I've had the situation where it's bear time, sheep time, whatever it is, and it'll be just running up this hill, and guys hunched over, sucking wind, and I'll stand there with them. And, pat him on the back and rub his tummy. No,
wow, boy.
Well, no, sit there and be like, hey, like, we can do this.
Yeah.
Keep on moving. And you got to be so nonchalant, like it's not even a big deal. And then they'll be like, it's not even a big deal.
Yep.
And then you just be like, keep on moving.
Yeah.
That's all we got to keep doing. Let's find him again. All right, there he is. Just keep on moving. And you just can't. I know some people have just taken people on hunts where they'll look back and, this guy. Oh, he's slowing me down. Oh, he's slowing me down. Oh, no, he's not slowing you down. Like, you're really slowing him down.
Yeah.
Because now he's down there sucking, feeling sorry for himself, when you got to just go down there and pick him up and be like, hey, come on, man.
Yeah.
Like, we got this.
Yeah. Well, and especially on some of these bigger hunts. I mean, what these guys are paying to be out there. I mean,
if I was paying 20, 30 grand for a sheep, I'd want some guy patting me on the back and being like,
exactly. Let's do this.
Come here, Max. You want another treat?
Who wants a Scooby snack?
I'll tell you, on some of the end of those days, like, all I could think about was a Snickers bar.
Oh, yeah. So before we get too carried away on the stories, I was curious, that APHA that you were talking about, would that be another avenue for people if they want to just be a packer?
Yes.
You go on that site and see who's looking for packers and start your cold calling section from there.
The APHA is the best resource for the state, for the industry.
Yeah.
Bar none.
Mm-hmm.
You can go on there and get a membership for like $100 a year.
Yeah.
And if you get a job out of that detail, or if you figure out that you don't want to work for somebody through those details.
Either way, it's worth the money.
It's worth $100, man.
Yeah.
So yes, the APHA, which is it's the Alaska Professional Hunters Association. That's worth your time.
Good. So that's a good resource.
Yes.
All right.
So, on the thing with Dalton, when he got started guiding, since we're all still kind of on that whole bit, what it takes to be a packer and all that. I remember as a teenager, growing up, my dad at one point, and he and a buddy had the whole kind of similar idea what he and Remy had. Like, we're going to be guides, and one was going to get his pilot's license and an airplane, and we're going to all this stuff. And they pretty quickly figured out that that's not what they wanted to do, right? And they're both great guys, my dad and his buddy. But they're not really like a people person in that respect.
A little more introverted?
Not introverted at all.
Okay.
Just
neither one of them is. They're great. Like, you run into them on the street and you never met them before, but you have something in common. They'll talk forever to you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole idea of being with somebody and patting them on the back, right?
Kind of hand and footing them.
Yeah, that really isn't either one of their, like, if they, if your family or friend or whatever, they love you, like, that's not an issue. But they're just not, I mean, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Like, it takes the right kind of person.
I do.
Right.
That is the entire reason I have no interest in getting into it.
Yeah.
And it's not, it's the same way you just put it. If you're my friend, if I like you, I'll take you out wherever I go. Like I'll help you carry the extra stuff up the hill if you need. I don't mind working extra hard to take friends and buddies out there. It kind of like, I don't mind turning wrench on my truck or one of my buddy's trucks.
Yeah.
I don't want to be a paid mechanic. It kind of falls into that. And I know that about me. And so that's kind of,
I think something that separates that I've seen is how you treat the client. And the first outfitter that I ever worked for, and that I still work for every spring doing the bear hunts, he and I were talking. We were out at camp. He dropped me off at camp to keep the bears out of base camp for 2 weeks by myself. That was my first time in the field. I've never been there before. And he said, "Are you good to stay in camp by yourself for a few days and keep the bears out? Because we had a bear come through one of the cabins last year." And I said, "Sure." So I missed an anniversary to go do that. And anyway, I went down there, and he and I had, I think, a day or two. And so in that time, he was kind of explaining how things go. And one of the things that he said that I'll never forget was he said, every one of these clients is, number one, sent to us by God for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
And number two, they're all a professional at something that we don't know about. And that's a fact.
Oh,
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
I've
100%.
guided people that are between filthy rich to all the way down to spending their last dollar to come on a hunt.
Mm-hmm.
Not quite that extent, obviously, but like, this is their life savings. This is Redneck Joe from wherever in the low 48, from Georgia, that has never been to the North Country, but he went online, bought the gear that he said, he needed to get from his guide, and came on the hunt. And this is his one big shot at this like adventure hunt. And so that perspective, and not looking at it like you're babysitting, because that guy could tell me a lot more about how to do my taxes than I can, know for myself. Or maybe that guy knows how to design a skyscraper, or that guy knows how to design a rail line. And those are all previous clients that I've had.
Mm-hmm.
And they are absolute geniuses in their own right, in their own career field. So that they're not idiots. And just because they can't keep up on a sheep hunt, or they brought the wrong boots for their moose hunt, or they expected to be hunting out of a base camp and now they're in a spike camp, and so they made a passing remark about that, doesn't mean that I need to talk a bunch of smack with the packer about them behind their back.
Sure.
They just didn't exactly know what they're getting into. It's their first time.
Yeah.
And so giving them that respect and not looking at it in a degrading way, like you have to babysit them, because that's the disconnect that I never understood. Because everybody said that when I was a teenager and growing up. They said, "Oh, you're just babysitting. You're just babysitting." It's not.
Describe your job poorly.
That's exactly it. It is far from babysitting if you look at it from the right perspective and you say, this is an opportunity for me to learn from them and them to learn about what I do. My goal at the end of every hunt is that I learn something from the client.
Sure.
And that they learn something from me about hunting up here.
Right.
And that completely eliminates that power structure difference that you see people complaining about.
Hierarchy.
Yeah.
They feel like
that.
They're in your world.
Yeah.
But we're all in the same world. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, they're people.
Yeah.
Like they're just people.
I don't
and
think
you're just a person.
Yeah, I don't think I look at it from a hierarchy or like a babysitting perspective. It's more from a social energy perspective.
Yeah, and that's totally fine.
Because I am a bit introverted, and so for me, it's like, to talk to somebody new, to, I can do that here all day, all night long, we do for quite a while now. But I think 24/7 for, as long as that person's in camp, I don't socially, I don't know.
Some people enjoy that, some people don't.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that at all.
Yeah.
From the perspective of, from that outlook as a teenager and as a kid growing up, hearing that about guiding, you don't want to be a guide. The guides are just babysitters. They're just glorified babysitters. And, not having been there yet, but there are hunts that turn out that way.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
And there are bad guides that you go to work for that won't be a good guy to work for.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That happens.
And, I had a coworker who guided, he worked with us in his off season, and then he guided spring and fall. And, and I worked around him and with him enough that he told me a lot of stories, some good stories. And then he'd tell me about how he's thinking about only doing it for another year or two because he can't stand it because he ends up with all these clients that can't, that come completely out of shape and don't know what they're doing and don't know what they're getting into. And, 3 days into the hunt, they get that text and they just want to quit. And, and he's telling me all these stories and I don't know how much longer I'm going to do this because it's not worth it.
Yeah.
But you know what? You should come pack for us.
Yeah.
Right? I can get you a job as a packer. And I was, I kind of thought about it, but I was like, it's not really, this doesn't, you're not making me want to do this right now.
Tempting.
Yeah. And he even, and he, granted, he had some real bad experiences.
Yeah.
Right. He had the owner of the outfit made a deal with this, mom and daughter. They were going to come and he got that, 14-year-old girl or whatever to shoot a sheep. After dealing with her crying on the side of the mountain and all this kind of stuff, right? Finally, she shoots her sheep, and he says, the miracle even happened, but it happened. We got her a sheep. He goes, and then they write an article about it because they know some people, and so they end up in a hunting magazine. I don't remember what it was. It may have been, Alaska Hunting Magazine or whatever.
No, it was
Alaska.
It was a big industry magazine.
It was. I don't remember what it was,
Yeah.
but I remember looking it up later. And they didn't even mention the name of the outfit that took him hunting. And it talked about how great this girl did out hunting and all this kind of stuff. And I understand how you want to, write some of this stuff up. You're not going to talk about the fact. You're not going to talk about the fact that she cried on the side of the mountain half the time. But to not even mention your outfitter.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
When the hunt didn't cost him a dime.
Mm.
Because it was a favor for a friend.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
and to be fair, I mean, you're going to deal with people that
Yeah.
do that kind of stuff in any industry.
Right.
And also, I mean, in that scenario, kind of like what you pointed out earlier, Maxwell, helping somebody out and pushing them past where their comfort zone is and where they see their limitations to be.
I mean, I love
and then
that.
like this girl going from crying on the side of the mountain, you get her out there, you get this sheep. Dude, that had to be the best feeling in the world. Like seeing that shot, seeing the animal go down, that's got to be I've been with people on their first animals and they didn't think they could do it either. And that is an amazing feeling. And I think that aspect of it I would enjoy.
Just getting somebody into the woods to see an animal up close.
Yeah.
Right. That they've maybe seen in a zoo, but even, my wife born and raised here.
Mm-hmm.
I got her had her at a bear bait last year and she got to see a bear come in and that just it was nothing. Nothing like she'd ever experienced, right? Just seeing that, right? Much less trying to pull the trigger on it or something, which she wants to do eventually. But, and then, Dalton had started getting into guiding about the time I was working with this guy, and he started telling me some different stories that were a lot better, right? And so much of it is the outfit that you find, like you say, doing your homework.
That is a ton of it.
I'm not going to go work for that other outfit ever, right? If this becomes something I want to do every year, well, I'll probably be hitting up Dalton, but also I'll have contacts now, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll be able to start saying, hey, I worked with this guy and this guy. And hey, I'd really like to come do this, right?
Well, like you guys were
I'll
saying
have a track
earlier,
record, right?
It's a small community.
As long as I prove myself and, don't kill myself, break a leg on a mountainside, right?
Yeah. As long as you don't keep your backpack buckled when you cross a deep creek and go under and stay under, then you should be fine.
Yeah. And, but I think a lot of everything in life really is attitude. There's a lot of contractors who just get by, and they just get by and they talk about the customer's always the problem, or and there's customers that are hard to deal with.
Every time you talk to them, it's the woe is me's.
Woe is me, right?
Yeah.
And but then you show up on their job site and they don't get along with anybody they work with.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're always yelling all the time.
Mm-hmm.
They're at every job. Half the time they're losing money because they can't take care of the material that the customer paid for, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about, Chris? And he's not the only guy I'm thinking of, right?
I'm just thinking about myself while you talk about.
I'm not talking about you as a contractor.
I'm just thinking about how I am with people. Like it's hard to listen to a lot of that stuff because I really enjoy my customers.
Oh yeah.
Like there's times I wish I could be like, my wife's trade differs drastically from mine. And a hard day for her is just, there's days where I'm not even going to tell my wife about my hard day, but
right.
And I want to tell her all these like war stories about work, but I just meet all these. Everything is perspective, right? Like, and your attitude. I think there was a point where I had a really bad attitude about things, but I enjoy all my clientele.
Yeah.
Like, and I meet people that are like-minded.
Yeah.
I meet people that hunt and that listen to the show or like show me stuff. Half the time, I feel like being at work, like when I get up to go to work, I feel like I'm going on a field trip every day.
Yeah.
And sure, there's those like crack houses I work in and those dumpy places, right? And I'm just like, well, whatever.
They paid your asking price.
Well, yeah, or I'm the only guy dumb enough to take the job and it works out.
To even put a bid on it after you walk up. Yeah, been there.
Well, I'm so awesome they like me. No, you're the only guy. You're the only one dumb enough. No, but listening to you though, it resonates a lot because I just deal with so many cool people and I meet people. They're like, I'll meet people that talk to me about the show, and I'm like, hey, check this out, and they're like, it's just fun. I meet like-minded people.
Yeah.
I know.
And that is true. I mean, even just doing something as simple as this podcast, right? Like,
That's how I met you, James.
Yeah,
at work
on jobs. Yeah,
that's how I met Dalton.
Yeah, that's how I met Dalton.
Yeah,
but it's even something like this. I mean, we could sit here and be like, oh man, it's after a long work day. We're recording on a weeknight, missing dinner, this, that, the other, and like sometimes it's tiring, right? But like, I was in Valdez and met somebody who recognized me. Like we talked about the show and like it was cool. Like sat there for a good while talking about bears, talking about hunting, talking about life here in Alaska. And it was a great time and a great experience. And it's like kind of makes it worth it. Like we were talking to somebody else about our audience and how our audience is very interactive, and that's payment there. That's awesome. That's just love interacting with people.
Yeah.
But a lot of it has to do, I think you put it perfectly. It's what your attitude is. It's how you handle adversity.
Perspective.
Like, are you going to get down on yourself? Are you going to be telling the war stories and the battles, that you deal with every day? Or are you like, nah, I'm built for this. Like this is what I do. Like this is, I handle this. Like,
I think some of that stuff comes with maturity too, right? Because I haven't always had that attitude about work.
Me either.
I used to have the worst attitude about work.
Yeah.
Until I finally realized, like one day there was no validity to it, right?
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
You're just whiny.
You're just complaining to complain.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Yeah, like getting to fly all over like you. I mean, there's there's times where my job it'll direct me different places, and I'm like, who gets to do this? You would have to be rich to have this horrible job.
Oh yeah.
You would have to be rich to do what I do every day.
Yeah.
Like this is just part of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I still have to catch myself sometimes because everybody, that leaks through.
It's cool too because I don't have to make excuses with my wife either. I'm like, I got to work. She's like, go.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go to St. Lawrence Island for a month. She's like, what?
Yep. I'm gonna go to Kaktovik and go polar bear viewing. Yeah, just to do it. Do some work and
But I've worked for guys, contractors, construction guys, right?
Oh yeah.
Just depending on the type of job or company, right? And you get everything from the guy who lectures you for 45 minutes because of the type of boots you wore to the job. Mind you, this is like framing. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
But you shouldn't wear those boots. Those collect a lot of mud and they track over the plywood. The roof's not on the house yet, but Okay. Or the guy that, cusses you out for 10 minutes and lets you get back to it, which I'd take that over the 45 minutes every day. But
Yeah, I've been chewed out before.
But then I work for, the guy I work for now, and he manages more than either of those guys does, right? And he does it, and he still does. He doesn't yell at me. He doesn't get mad at me. He works through stuff, just like you say, having that good attitude, learning, and it's like, the only reason I don't work for myself still is because I actually have a good boss.
Yeah.
Right. And the same thing goes like everything. It's like you said, everybody's a professional in something. Now, not everybody's a good professional.
Yeah.
Not everybody has a good attitude as a professional. But I don't know. If you find a good guide, it seems to be you're going to have good clients.
Well, go for it.
Yeah, I was just going to make just a quick remark about that. Like in regards to outfitters, it's the same thing as like working for a boss here in town. Like my boss that I've worked for years and years now, number one, he's the world's best boss because he lets me do this. And I don't have to worry about job security, right? That's a huge blessing in and of itself. But the best bosses I've ever had, whether they're outfitters or a day job boss, they're not micromanagers. They're there to provide instructions when I give them a call and say, hey, can I put you on FaceTime? I ran into this problem. What do you want me to how should I handle this? And he's available to do that. And he doesn't criticize me and say, well, how come you don't know how to do that? I've not been doing it for 25 years and he knows that. And he has. So he's got that experience. Right. And the same thing goes for outfitters. You show up, you have a little guide powwow at the beginning of the season, you go over things, and all right, you're going to go here, and you're going to go there, and you're going to hike through here, and you're going to get picked up at that landing strip, and you go over things, and that's it. Like, you check in on a daily basis as per required as an assistant guide with your outfitter, and you let them know that the client's still alive and that the hunt's still going well, or if you kill something and need something picked up, right, halfway along or something like that. But they're not micromanagers. They know to hire the right people, and then they let you do your job. And it's the same thing like with working for a day job boss here in town in the trades, or if you're working out in the field. A bad boss will surface pretty quickly, and one of the biggest problems is micromanagement. If you've been doing it for a while and you show up and they get mad at you, well, like Mariah gave the example for wearing the wrong boots to the framing job. That's something that probably 9 out of 10 contractors would not care about because they're going to sweep the plywood decking off before they put walls up anyway.
To sweep the floor?
Yours.
Yeah, exactly. You know what you also criticized? The way I swept.
But
I'd probably give you problems for the way you sweep too on a flooring job because
I get what you're saying there, but this wasn't flooring.
I'd be like, hey, we're inducting these people's knickknacks with dust. There's some antique rifles over there, and that's like where you get into people's personal space, like with my trade, and I can kind of relate. I'm not a guide. I have no experience listening to you guys, but as far as accommodating people's needs, boy, do I get it. I'm in a different world. I've stepped into a different walk of life every day.
Well, Chris, I would kind of almost go out on a limb here and say you would probably make a fairly decent guide.
I think
you're very personable.
Chris would make a phenomenal guide.
Oh my God, I bet you've got camp banter like it's going out of style. Hardworking, like you know what you're talking about as far as like how to hunt. I already said hardworking, but I'll say that again.
Thank you.
But yeah, I could see you, being in camp, taking care of somebody, and I mean you've taken lots of what I would assume novices out to the bear stands.
I take a lot of guys like predator hunting and
holding their hand, and
I've taken a lot of guys baiting, and like usually people weed themselves out and they're not paying me if it doesn't go great.
Right. But you're there to help teach, maybe not do everything for them, but say, hey man,
success.
Yeah. Hey man, I like to do this.
Yeah.
I'll show you a little bit how I do it. Now you take the reins.
I like to see people just get stoked on stuff.
And
I live for that.
That's all about, that's almost what guiding incorporates.
I've taken dudes calling and they're like, where's your rifle? And I'm like, I didn't bring one. And they're like, what? What have I missed? And I'm like, you'll learn not to miss. You'll learn what happens when no one's going to pick your shot up.
My dad, man, the limit used to be 2 geese in Illinois, and he'd give me 2 shells. There you go. There you go. But yeah, I mean, just I love guiding. It is something I would like to do for the rest of my life as long as I am able. I agree. Something with everybody from all walks of life to do literally anything. I mean, from fishing. I mean, fishing I would say is kind of like the easiest thing for me. Yeah. Just because and on my fishing trips, I take you to somewhere where you are going to catch a fish. I have a in my business, it's a no fish, no pay policy. If you do not catch a fish, I am not going to take your money. I don't believe on like we were talking about those Copper River guys. Yeah. Like I don't believe on taking you somewhere where the bite's not good. And I tell you this, I will not take you out as an experiment either. Right. I am not going to take you to some place I've never tried before. Yeah. Or had no business of being on. I know I had one of my buddies was and I love the guy to death. He's like a brother. He is exactly like a brother. But he's like, hey man, I have some family in town. I was wondering if you take him fishing. I'd be like, oh yeah, dude, I'd love to. If I have the time, 100%, I'd love to take him fishing. He's like, and he does these things like, you know what would be cool? You know what you should do? You know what you could do? You could take him 4 hours away to a lake you've never been to before and fish for a totally different body of water you've never been to before and take them out with stuff that you don't have. Why? And I'm like,
they're paying for the gas.
I'm like, no. I'm like, heck no. You know where I'm going to take them? I'm going to take them on my stomping grounds where I know where all the spots are, where I have named those fish. Okay. And we are going to go out there and we're going to absolutely pound them. And that's what we did. Yeah. I took him to the Delta Clearwater. You know, it was a father, wife, 2 kids. I think 4 and 5, 4 and 6.
Oh, awesome.
Something like that. And we absolutely had a blast. Like right off the bat, I'm like, I'm getting the kids fish. Like pulled up to the easiest spot from the boat, gave him the spinning rods. I gave this 5 or 6-year-old boy a rod. By the way, Alex, I'm just to say father's name. Alex, if you're listening to this, dude, you have raised those kids amazing. This kid takes a spinning rod. I turn around to get the other one out, and I look back. I'm like, you got that, bud? Oh yeah. He takes this little like 16th ounce white Mr. Twister, flings this thing halfway across the river. I'm like, whoa. I'm like, that kid's done this before. I'm like, all right, dude, you're on your own. So I turn around. I'm getting dad and the daughter a rod out. And halfway through him cast, and I turn around, the other boy's got one on already. Already got one on. I'm like, whoa, that was all right. I didn't even have to teach him how to twitch it. Yeah. So it landed that one. Dad helped the daughter cast it a little bit. By the end, she was casting basically on her own. She caught one. All right, there's the kids. Now, like with kids in typical kid fashion, they'll get bored. They want to go, like, if there's land, they want to get on land. They want to run around on land. Sure. Took them to the next spot, kicked the adults out in the water, gave them a few pointers on the casting, and then it was like entertaining kids. Now I had to go entertain the kids. And then, oh, dad's got one on. Oh, he's got a net. You know, he's more than capable. And then that was really cool about taking like a family out because, you know, like Mo, I'm pretty sure you could relate to this. Like, I bet you love your kids to death. I know you love your kids to death, but it's nice to just have that time with mama. Yeah. So what better way to hire a guide who's good with kids, drives a school bus during the winter. I know how to handle kids. And, you know, like the parents get to go have their little date. I won't call it date night, but maybe date 10 minutes in the river.
Which is valuable when you're parents.
Yeah. That's all it takes. And next thing you know, I'm giving kids freaking piggyback rides through the water in my waders, taking them from like island to shore, shore to island, and ferrying them back across the.
We need to talk.
He just
and
sold
I'll tell you this.
Yeah,
just,
I'm sold. Yeah.
Now I'll move on to one of my. Now this will be a guide story. I will remember for the rest of my days. It's probably one of my most favorite stories I could ever tell. At this point, mom and dad are in the water. They're fishing. We've gone upon like the 6.5 hour mark. The trip should have been over, but I'm having fun. They're having fun. Let them fish. I don't care. I'm entertaining the kids. These kids have both. The boy had stripped down to his underwear because he's jumping in the water and going swimming. And if you've been in that river,
Dude, that water is so cold.
that water is cold. And then the little girl's like, I want to get in the water. And I'm like, ooh, kid, like you're awesome. Like you're brave, but hey, why don't we just dip your toes in? So I'm like just dipping her toes in. Ooh, that's cold. So they didn't really want to get in the water much anymore. So the little girl says, Mommy, I want to be in the water, but I don't really want to be in the water. You know what I'm saying? So she comes over and girl jumps on mom's back. So she wades out in the river with the kid on her back, casting a fly rod. Boy is like, Daddy, I want to be in the water, but I don't really want to be in the water. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, hey, you're a boy. You're a little older. Water ain't that deep. I said, hey, kid, if you make it to me, if you can make it to me, I'll let you climb on my back and I'll hold you on my back for the time being. So he strips down, jumps in that water, wades, to a kid, he's about thigh deep. Wades all the way out there, freeze. He gets on me, glabs on me like a spider monkey. Now I got this kid on my back. Mom hooks up on a grayling. Little girl on mom's back. Mommy. I want to reel it in. Hands a fly rod to the kid on the back. Dad gets his phone out now to record the circus we got going on. This fish, I get the net. This fish is now coming in between all three of us in the water, just giving an absolute rodeo. Now the boy on my back is like, Daddy, I want to net the fish. So the dad tries to peel the net off of his back, ends up flinging his glasses off of his head, takes the leash with it, flings his glasses off into his head. Glasses go floating downriver right in the path of the fish. I immediately dive for the glasses, almost flinging the kid off of my back into the water. I'm grabbing the kid by the arm while he's one point of contact at this point, flailing on my back. I get wrapped up in the fly line myself. I get untangled, snatch the glasses up with one hand. Kid regains his grip on my back. I reach down to palm this grayling. It jumps out of the water right into the net that the dad's holding. And he picks it up. Crowd goes wild. Everybody is just losing their marbles. And we all laughed. We all had a great time. And I looked at him and I said, I think that's a great way to end the day. And everybody caught fish. Everybody had fun. And they've told me like they will remember that trip for the rest of their lives. Like that was just an absolute circus we had going on in the middle of the river. And that only happened a couple of weeks ago, and I don't think I'll ever be able to recreate that.
It sounds like you'll remember it forever too. So.
I will. I mean, that was a kid on my back, dodging fly line, chasing glasses down the river.
Well, and that's kind of the other side of what you guys were talking about before, right? Is like, yes, there are hard times. There are things to consider, but there's also those moments, those times,
the victory,
the victories, yeah. And and even like one thing I just literally just kind of thinking about during this episode is like when I was talking about the social energy aspect of guiding and how I've kind of never been interested in it just due to the taxing nature of that. Where a lot of that came from is being in a service industry. I was a cable guy for a long time. I worked for GCI. I've worked for DirecTV. If you're listening to this in Fairbanks, I've probably been in your house. And I'm not kidding. Like for 6 to 7 years,
He's been in a lot of houses,
a lot of crawl spaces.
You might not have wanted him in there, but he was there.
He crossed the border illegally.
I've seen the railroad tie crawl spaces on 10th Street. I know they're there.
Oh
He's
boy,
a criminal.
But like, I remember what it was like, like, and you've got to like entertain while you're there.
Yeah.
Like you're the guy, the weird guy standing in their living room trying to get this
you have
cable
to break
box
down
to
that
load.
barrier. Yeah,
Yeah, and it's like I remember how like just socially taxed I was at the end of every day. I didn't want to go out and hang out with friends. I didn't want to go do anything. Like it was just like ugh. And so I've always kind of thought about that. Like, oh man, like for a week straight with some stranger, and if we don't click immediately. But then like just even in this like this room right here, I met you on a job site.
Yeah,
and we just started talking about hunting, common ground.
Yeah,
Chris, I met you on a job site. Just started talking, common ground. Like Maxwell, we met here, and I love hitting you up and talking to you because we talk about the randomest stuff, and it's like it's all common ground. It's like, so I guess, when you're guiding, I mean, you're all there for the same reason.
Yeah,
you all love hunting. The client's there to do what you're into. That's your passion. So
what else is odd?
I could
too?
see how that would be like an easy in, basically, of like, oh, we both like bear hunting. We both want to kill this sheep. We both want this, and there's your in.
Yeah,
like
I've never had a client that wasn't politically like-minded as well.
Really, that
Never.
makes sense actually a little bit. Yeah.
Hey, so Dalton, I just told a big story about a circus.
Mm-hmm. You want to hear my best circus story?
I'd like to hear your best circus story.
It's a lot shorter.
I'm listening.
And a lot dirtier.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Here we go.
Let me put my mask on.
This is like I didn't touch this circus story. There's your foreshadowing. This was a 2-on-2 hunt. This was a few years back. Another guide and I were in a camp out in a spike camp. We were hunting an animal that we had a couple of tags for in the group, and we had 2 clients. And we had been hunting together for over a week by this point, I think. And the hunt was kind of coming towards an end. We had killed one of our target species animals, and the other individual in the party was still looking to fill his tag. And through the course of this hunt, due to the terrain, we were mostly wearing lacrosse hip waders. Well, if you're familiar with lacrosse hip waders, then you can roll them down and kind of cuff the waders down at your ankle length, right? And so you're not always walking around with that rubber all the way up your thigh, right? Because it gets hot. It was a nice sunny day, and so we were all walking around camp that afternoon, just around the tents area. We all had our hip waders on, but we had them all rolled down. Well, we were preparing to go out for an evening hunt, and one of the clients made note that he had to go use the latrine prior to the evening hunt. He walks off, comes back, and his hunting partner, the other client in the group, says, "What's that smell?" He had popped a squat and inadvertently and unknowingly, still at that point to him, had deposited his deposit into the cuff of his hip wader boot.
Oh.
And then when he stood up, he pulled him back up his leg.
Oh.
As soon as you said hip waders, I was like, he's told me this story. I remember it.
I have told you that story.
Oh,
And so we looked at him and we said, "What did you step in? That?" And no. And he's looking around at the bottom of his boots, and I walk over there, and the smell just gets really strong. Whoa! And I kind of saw the top of his hip boot, and I said, we got a different problem here." And so he took his hip boot off, and it was smeared out on his pant leg.
Oh, man.
So he turned the boot as inside out as he could and went and took it to the water, and we I handed him a big clump of moss and gravel, and I said, here, scrub that thing, without trying to get water down the boot foot, because he still had to wear that for the rest of the hunt. So he did his best, barehanded, mind you.
Did his best, huh?
I
got a story.
Barehanded, and cleaned out that boot, and then wrapped up the hunt. So that is my funniest story.
You said did his best, and that just gave me a flashback of PTSD.
Okay.
We were fishing on Lake Michigan, and this was not a guided charter. It was actually a tournament. And on this tournament, each member of each team, or each team had to give up one member to be what's called an observer. So that member would go on to another boat. They would write down like the fish they caught in the time, and they would make sure they're not, cheating in any way, shape or form. And we had gotten this guy, this older gentleman. I don't know what he could have benefited to the team that gave him up, other than to be placed on another boat. Possibly, I don't want to say it, but I might have gotten sabotaged. He got through. Older gentleman. If he wasn't very old, he was in rough shape for the age he was.
Okay.
And he walks up the dock and asks what boat this is, and lo and behold, he found the right boat. The first question he asks is there a head on the boat? And for those you non-nauticals, head is a bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. We have a bathroom. Okay, sounds good. We get loaded up. We go out about 40, maybe 45 minutes to an hour. We'd caught a couple of fish. He writes them down, and he disappears. Now, he didn't fall over. I think that would have been like, I'm just joking. That probably would have been the best case scenario if he fell over. But I'm just joking. But he went into the head. He went in to use the bathroom, and he had come back. And after a while, the boat started to reek of a pungent odor. And we had thought, whoa, that's weird. And 10 minutes later, he goes back down in there. And we're like, what? That guy went back down in there again. And this time, the odor had gotten stronger. And he had sat down. And he informed our crew that he had not made it to the bathroom. Let's just say that. Twice.
Oh.
Twice. Not number one, but number two. And upon his return, he had said the magic words, I had cleaned it up the best I could. Now, my captain sent me, the scout, down in there to go see what the best he could was. And I think the best he could was about, and if you can't see this, but I'm holding about 1 square inch here of wall that was not covered in feces. He had gotten down there, and we must have been in the trough in the waves, and had smeared it. From it was like out of that scene of Daddy Daycare when the kid walks out of the bathroom and he's like, "How'd you do, little buddy?" And the kid looks at him and he shrugs his shoulders and is like, "I missed."
That was a great movie, by the way.
And so we tried for a little while to fish, and this guy had looked up and said, "I just did it again." And at this point, the captain had declared a total loss. And we went
State of emergency.
A state of emergency.
The boat was totaled.
We hailed SOS on Channel 16. And we returned to port, and needless to say, we did not place in the tournament.
That was
Jeez.
Wow.
the best he could.
Wow.
Well,
Yeah, I think that beats mine.
That's
That's a crappy story, man.
You ever listen to the Mike Rowe podcast back when it was just
Dirty-
short stories?
Yeah. The
Okay.
guy from Dirty Job.
Yeah. But back when his podcast was just the short stories that he was writing back during COVID, did you ever listen to that?
No.
Okay, really good, and his podcast is good. I haven't listened to it in a while, but it's a great podcast. But he would tell these short stories, and it was usually some kind of famous event or something that was happening, and you never knew what it was until the end, unless you knew enough about the story to guess, and that was always like 10, 15 minutes. But the best he could would be like the title of one of his stories.
Right.
Now-
I'm just hoping nobody's listening to this while trying to eat breakfast on Monday morning.
Now,
Yeah.
Rough
Some of
subject
the-
matter.
Yeah.
Now, some of these stories that we tell can be very funny, but some of them can be downright dumb and dangerous.
Yeah. Well, before we get into that, I think it's just about break time.
You know what? I think
So-
you're right.
Yeah. Let's take that real quick, Mo.
All right, folks. We all know that one of the most common mishaps in hunting is damage to your rifle scope. Last year, I found the solution to that problem with the Stealthy Hunter rifle cover. It wraps around your scope and actions securely to protect it from getting knocked off of zero or even severely damaged. Stealthy Hunter also has a glassing pad and a wide variety of supplements for the outdoorsman, such as protein powder, CBD products, turmeric, and gut health supplements. They also make a lightweight trauma kit weighing in at just 14 ounces that includes everything you need and nothing you don't for all of your backcountry medical emergencies. To shop all of their equipment and supplements, go to stealthyhunter.com and enter the discount code at checkout, The Northern Hunter, to save on your order today. All Stealthy Hunter equipment is proudly made in the USA.
All right. So you've alluded to more stories to come, which I think is very important. But Maxwell, you are the only person in the room that has experience with all three forms of guiding. You've done big game, you've done fishing, you've done waterfowl. Actively doing the fishing and the waterfowl currently. With what we talked about earlier, as far as getting into guiding, since that's kind of what the theme of this episode is, what would you say are the differences you've noticed between the getting into and the process? I mean, obviously with the big game stuff, we talked about being gone for a long time. With fishing, guiding, I mean, in some situations, there are remote camps where people will go out to fish.
Mm-hmm.
In some situations, like what you do currently, you're able to go, meet up with people on your own schedule, do it yourself, still work a job in town and things like that. What would you say would be the differences for somebody looking into whether it be big game fishing or waterfowl, as far as the getting into it and the clients that you get?
Well, as we alluded to, the big game,
Mm-hmm.
a lot higher dollar. So
Sure.
you're primarily getting, maybe, I don't want to say preppy, but maybe just a little more well put together people.
Yeah.
With like the fishing and the waterfowl. Dalton, you're laughing about well put together people at the big game. Now that's a broad spectrum there. I understand.
Broad being the key word there, Matt.
Yes. But in my experience, I feel like, man, it's hard to say the differences. I feel like through all three spectrums, you get all walks of life.
Mm-hmm.
Like we said with big game, some guys just save their dough, and it's like their once in a lifetime Alaska hunt.
Sure.
Like mainly with all my fishing clients now, I'm not no fly in remote fish camp, fish and do it up for 4 days and get it flown out. I meet you at the boat launch, and I take you out for 6 hours.
Right.
That's what that is. So you get a lot more of like all the walks of life. Maybe just a dad trying to get his kid out, or
Sure.
some guy who's up here for a week and just wants to go out and fish, or you got those like retirees traveling across the United States to get up to Alaska to spend an entire summer fishing and enjoying.
Yeah.
with the waterfowl, you know, it's kind of the same deal. You get some of these guys who've been hunting ducks and geese and cranes and been maybe doing it all their lives, and sometimes you get some guys who've actually never held a gun before.
Sure.
And that's usually not the case what you get
Yeah.
on a big game sheep caribou bear hunt. No. Majority of those guys are pretty well dialed, but like the fishing, sometimes you get somebody who's never held a fishing rod before. Maybe not so much that, but maybe never have casted a fly rod before.
You know, I would fall in that category.
Really?
I have never fly fished.
We'll get you out. We'll get you out. Maybe not within the next 40 or 30 days.
Certainly not.
It's so fun.
Yeah. It is a lot of fun, man. I mean, just and watching the fish react to the flies, that's the coolest thing. But as far as like I'm going to talk about waterfowl just because that's coming up soon. I'm getting ready. I just went and got a couple cases of shells.
Yeah.
Now's the time to get them.
What kind of shotgun you run for waterfowl, Mac?
I don't know the type it's called. I just know the sound it makes when it takes a life.
No, I should have bred an A400.
You fully committed to that one.
Wow.
I love it.
I totally forgot about that.
Jeez Louise.
A little tropical thunder.
I should have Beretta 400.
Yeah, I should have bred an A400. I've had it for.
I just know the sound it makes when it takes a life.
I've been shooting that thing.
I was like, what's he doing right now?
Just got all somber and old man like.
Yeah, I've had a hunt with that thing for the past 11 seasons.
Wow.
A lot of notches on that stock. Huh?
I can't wait till somebody asks me what I use for predator hunting.
Oh, man.
Oh, sorry.
But yeah, I love that shotgun. It's never let me down, man. Knock on wood.
Question.
Question.
Have you ever had a super proficient waterfowl client that has outshot you?
I got to think about it. Now. There's one person that I can think of. This guy, little odd. If I just had to just, I don't want to bash on him, but
Generally are.
Some of us are a little odd. This gentleman showed up to camp with a, I want to say something close to like a 32-inch barreled CZ side-by-side 10-gauge shotgun.
Whoa.
Wow. Yeah, very, very high-end shotgun. You got to think like
Wow.
that thing is an absolute cannon.
So he's like trying to take out asteroids.
Well, the first thing he said was, yeah, I'm good to 90 yards. I'm patterned at 90 yards. And I said, well, sir, we won't be shooting that far.
Whoa.
I like to try to get them in to 20, 25, and preferably landing before we call a shot. Now we just kind of see what the birds are giving us that day. But I'm good to 90 yards. And I said, all right, well, I will take that into consideration. You've probably heard that in sheep camp. Yeah, I'm good to about 1,000 yards on my...
Multiple times.
Yes. Yeah. See, now I've heard that too. And I said, well, Bob, we're not going to be taking those shots out there.
Yeah.
So we go out to the field and just to kind of describe the type of person he was, being a guide. And the nice thing about waterfowl hunting, it's not like, deer, sheep, bear, moose, whatever. You can kind of sit there and shoot the crap and jaw jack for, hours on end, because what else do you have to do besides stare at the sky? And, I'm just trying to be entertaining while we're waiting on a flight and just talking with the other clients. And he was just paired up with some other random clients, and, we were all talking and, having a good time. And he's just over there on his side, just sitting there staring at nothing and being quiet. And in the midst of all this, he says, excuse me.
Uh-oh.
Can we just be quiet for a little while and look at the clouds. I said, you know what? Yeah, that's a good idea. Sure, man. Sure. We sat there.
Especially with that 10 gauge in his
So
hand.
anyway, and like I was saying, guy, and I'm like, no, I'm kidding. No, that's a good idea. I'm actually going to go move some decoys. So I got up and walked around and, gave him his 15 minutes of peace and quiet. And lo and behold, we had some birds come in, and he was not a big fan of like me calling the shot. So like with waterfowl hunting, you get kind of dressed up and you sit there and you either close the blind doors or kind of get tucked in a little bit, and you get the birds start working you, and then they come in and they do a couple passes, and you got to get closer and closer and closer and closer, and you just got to wait for the guide, or if you're with a friend, like whoever's going to call the shot, and then you say, shoot them or take them or kill them dang birds, dead man. And so, and then you jump up and and then you shoot him.
Sure.
And this guy was not a fan of that, but it's not just his hunt. We had some other hunters there, and I am above everybody. I'm trying to get everybody tucked in as concealed as they can be, and I'm like the only person who has my head up, and most of these people who've never hunted, they just want to stick their head up and move their head around over here and show their big beautiful white face to the birds, like anywhere they look, and I'm like, hey guys, like I know you guys want to see the birds. It's a incredible phenomenon to watch these birds literally land right on top of you, but you got to keep your head down, wait for me to call the shot. You flip the doors open, or you stand up, and then you find them, acquire, shoot.
Yeah.
But when I called that shot, man, he was like that, man. He was right out of that blind, dude. Take a pow pow. And oh my God, he was just on it. And like we popped up and bang, bang. Those are my two. Those are my two. Those are my two.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. And I learned that from a really young age because I was excited. I got up and I shot a duck or something. I'm like, I got one. And then my dad's like, all right, buddy. Like, I actually smoked that one. But I'm like, all right, man. All right. And it's fine. Like, hey, more for us to shoot, right? And the next, so he had two birds. I think we dropped just a couple more. So he had one more to go. Next round of birds comes in, jumps up. I think the two clients had knocked the two lead birds that came in. They knocked them right out of the sky. He shot once, and then he did. He caught this bird on the outgoing pass. So it swung all the way wide out of his little cone of range, so he's not flagging everybody. It swung way right, and this bird had to have been 80 to 90, maybe even 100 yards. And he shot this thing and dropped this thing like a bad habit.
Really?
Like, I was like, whoa. Like, dang, man. And I remember getting up, and I walked out there, and I paced it out. And, when you shoot them, they do kind of fall a little long. But I walked it out, and when I walked that out, it was well over 100 yards.
Wow.
That bird was done. Now, I will say, I don't mean to like toot my own heart, but I'm a pretty good shot. I've been shooting clays and ducks and geese and now cranes, and for well over 15 16 years, man, ever since I was just a little tyke. And we were out with some clients one day, and they had shot all their birds, and I said, hey guys, like, if you want, we can switch to geese. We haven't really seen any geese flying around, but I'll rearrange the decoys, and we could try to shoot some geese. And if we see some cranes, if you guys don't mind, I'll shoot my limit of cranes. You can watch me shoot some cranes. They're like, yeah. They just want to watch something die at this point. I was like, okay, yeah, sure. So I told them, all right, every single time I open this door, I'm gonna call my bird. I'm gonna shoot one at a time. And like, we had the amount of birds where I could just shoot once and done.
Yeah.
So blind doors pop open. I'm like, left, pow. Drop the left one. Okay, great. Next one. Right, pow. Drop the right one. Awesome. Next one rolls in. There's three birds, 3 cranes. It was 2 adults and a juvenile. And I could tell just because I've been looking at them for a long time, but I could hear the juvenile cranes kind of make this little whistle. It's like a instead of the big crazy pterodactyl noise.
Mm-hmm.
And man, I love shooting juvies, man. I love shooting them young birds, man. They're easy to clean. They taste a little bit better. And well, I had opened them. Well, I had seen these birds and I was still concealed, and I told him, like, I'm gonna shoot the juvie. I'm gonna shoot the young one, and telling all these guys. And one guy's like, "Oh, I'm gonna get my phone out." And these birds came right over the top of us, probably 50, 60 yards up. It was a poke, and they were all in line. It went adult, juvie, adult, all in a perfect little line, and they must have been so close. I think their wingtips weren't over crossed, but they were definitely within about 6 inches of each other. And I remember opening that blind door, and I said, "Spread apart, you son of a pow!" and dropped that juvenile right out of the middle, just threaded the needle and dropped them. And all the crowd goes wild. Everybody goes nuts. I stand up, feeling like the big kid on the block, and that was probably one of my best like proficiency, like shooting days. And there's been those days where I can't hit the broadside of a barn door from inside of the barn.
Right.
Yeah. And then, like I said, I've also made some amazing shots. I've been fortunate enough to go down to like the coast of Whittier and shoot some fast flying golden eyes and buffle heads. I think I remember one thing ingrained in me, whereas I shot this bufflehead, it was probably 50 yards out, traveling at about Mach 2. And I hit this thing, and I think it cleared about 30 feet before it touched the water. And then after it touched the water, it cleared about another 30 or 40 feet. So when you're leading stuff like that, you take 6, 7, 8 feet long, and you're just closing your eyes and hoping for the best.
Mo and I learned a lot of lessons about leading birds. Our first,
it's
time
tough,
out bird
man,
hunt.
especially if you've never done. And the clays, I know guys who've shot clays amazing, and then when they get like a real bird that comes around, it does a little dipping and darting and moving, and it might just kind of curve just a little different. And they just can't hack it, can't figure it out. But the cranes are super easy, especially when you get them in close. I just tell people tip of the beak.
Yeah.
And it might not work for ducks because they're a little faster and a little smaller target, but the cranes, it's like tip of the beak. You're gonna
It's nice when they're coming head on too.
Yeah.
I remember one morning I was so geared up. I had the whole day off, and I just like dumped 3 in one flight. Just boom, boom, boom. And I'm like, what? I'm like, oh, dude, I was going to hang out here.
Yeah.
But
I guess I'm just in for a show now.
Yeah. I tell Sam, I'm like, I'm coming home. She's like, everything okay? I'm like, I shot all 3 birds first flight.
Well, you could be that guy who goes back to the truck and grabs a new T-shirt and goes back.
Oh, no.
See, plenty of those guys do that on the Kenai.
Drive home, head back out in the evening.
Jeez. Oh, how is it with kind of wrangling in some of those the more, I guess you could say, not anxious clients, but like no, like the ones that just get too excited. I mean, there's different kinds of birds, obviously, with different bag limits and whatnot, and obviously you have to be selective in what you shoot. Have you ever run into problems where people just don't listen, or they, like they're just,
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
Yes, I have. I don't know how terribly incriminating this would be. I won't share that story. But I have definitely had. I've definitely had that where, and I always make the case like, hey, listen, guys, like, you've got to. Like, we're all going to shoot one bird. Okay. One bird. Don't shoot one and then try to clean up your buddy's mess. Okay. Because you never know who's watching. Or if it's like, all right, everybody's limited out except this person right here. Like, you are going to be the only one shooting. If I see another barrel go up, we're going to have a lot of problems right now.
Yeah.
And I mean, I've caught clients, hitting the little weed pen out in the field before,
Mhm.
and it like I'd hate to do it to him to kick him out of the field, but sometimes that's what you got to do. And
Sure.
I usually like to just give one warning, like, "Hey, man, that's not going to fly.
Yeah.
I don't want to see that for. I don't want to be a teacher and take your phone away from you, but
Right.
like that's not going to fly. I do not want to see or smell that for the rest of the trip."
Right.
Now I have had guys show up drunk
Mm-hmm.
to the field, and one gentleman.
First thing in the morning for a bird hunt?
You can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning.
Gentleman was camping with us in camp, brought their own RV down, and as I'm kind of getting my stuff into the truck, getting ready to head out, I caught out of the corner of my eye, and I saw him kind of tucked away, looking like he was pouring something into his morning coffee.
Mm-hmm.
And I walked over there, and I looked at him like pouring Fireball into his morning coffee. And I said, "Hey, man, that's not going to fly. Pour that out."
Mm-hmm.
And his excuse was, "But I only made the one pot of coffee."
Well, you're about to make
Well,
two.
You're about to make two, man.
Yeah.
Like, do not put that. Like, if you drink that, like, I'm not taking you out.
Yeah.
Like, alcohol and firearms don't mix.
No.
And it's same guy. So we go out, we hunt for the morning. I think he had shot his limit, and his wife and his buddy didn't shoot their limit, and he had a dog. So he's like, "Hey, I really want to go back out. I really want to go back out." Oh, scratch that. He did not shoot his limit. Nobody had shot their limit that morning, but they got all day to hunt. So we went back in, had some lunch, took a nap, waited on the evening flight. And, he had a liquid lunch that day. He had a liquid lunch. And, we're getting all kind of wrangled back up. And I seen him, having his couple of drinks. And at this point, he's a little inebriated.
Mm-hmm.
And I was kind of waiting for it. I kind of got a little giddy, like, "Ooh, I'm going to get this guy."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Ooh, let him try it. And I see him loading up into the truck, and I see him grab his little shotgun case. And I stopped him, and I just smiled. I'm like, "What are you doing?"
Mm-hmm.
He's like, "Oh, I'm going hunting." I'm like, "Well, you come out there, but you ain't bringing that shotgun."
Mm-hmm.
Like, "What?" I'm like, "Dude, you've been drinking, dude. I told you that ain't going to fly." He's like, "Oh, well, buzzkill," trying to make me a bad guy, you know, like, "Oh,
yeah.
whatever, dude. You can either sit here and be alone, or you can come out and just watch.
Right.
Like, pick one.
Yep.
Like, I'll give you two options. It's not no third." And so he hangs up his gun and gets in the back of the truck, and it was kind of annoying. He elected to sit in the bed of my truck, which was probably not a great idea. And he's standing up in my tailgate at the heads on the cab, and and we're going down this just bumpy dirt road, and I told him, like, "Yo, man, sit down." I got a little toolbox, like, "Sit down on the toolbox, sit down." Gave him a little brake check and gave him a little chest pass, and I was like, "That's what I thought, dude." And he sat right down.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I'm not saying you should do that to your clients, but I mean, this guy wasn't listening.
What else are you gonna do?
I mean, yeah, I'm
yeah.
like, no, like at that point, I should have just been like, "You know what? I don't feel like hunting anymore.
No.
Like, if you guys want to ask for a refund, you could talk to my boss." But I wasn't going to do that to his wife and their friend.
Yeah.
But so he sat down, and we went out, and lo and behold, shot the rest of their birds, which it ended up being a good trip. But I told my boss, like, "Hey, listen, that is not a repeat. I would not take these people out again."
Sure.
And some people, and if you've ever taken a guided trip and you were kind of obnoxious, believe me, you get put on a list.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you are a guide, like, tell your boss. Or if you are the owner of a service, like, make your list.
Yeah.
Like,
well, and it's just kind of falling back to the whole, like, if you're thinking you want to get into this thing, like, you are the responsible party there. Like, you don't have a choice but to be the guy that calls the shots like that. Like, you got to be able to do it. You got to be able to stand your ground on stuff like that. Not cave just because he's calling you a buzzkill or anything like that.
Or he's paying you.
Yeah.
Like when there's money involved, like, you think like, do I take, is it worth, you got to think, is it worth the money, or is it worth, like, my guide license? Or, or him and even at that point, going beyond, like, yourself, you're trying to think, like, "Hey, man, I'm looking out for you, dude."
Mm-hmm.
Like, what you're doing technically right now is a felony.
Yeah.
saying if you get caught out here and Mr. Green Jeans pulls up and is like, hey, what's going on out here? Why are you slurring your words and with a gun in your hand, man?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do we not have green? Are they not green up here?
Dude,
they're brown shirts.
You just started
Brown
something terrible.
I've never heard green jeans.
Mr.
before.
Green Jeans.
Yeah, Mr. Green Jeans, the warden.
No, we got brown shirts.
Brown shirts,
Yeah.
okay.
Dude, who drinks Fireball on a day drink?
I was gonna say
That's
that's not
weak,
even
man.
like
That guy does.
yeah.
Well, you just
least
can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning.
Yeah.
I guess you got to drink Fireball to drink all day too.
You ever any wild negligent client?
I gotten flagged by a few guys that I've had to get. kind of
Oh,
upset
that's
with.
nice. That's always
Mm.
nice. I have
Yeah. I had a guy. It's more common like with bear hunting. Like I in certain situations in the moment, if we are set up on say like a brown bear spot where like there's a known trail, like a crossing spot on say a creek, and we are in an area where the visibility is up and down the creek and across, and that combined distance all put together is maybe we have 100 yards of visibility. Well, bears never seem to stop moving when they're in that kind of terrain, right?
Mm.
Like when you catch them there, it's a crossing point, and it's called a crossing point, not a bedding spot, because they're not going to stand still there. They're going through there on their way to somewhere else. And so when you see a bear, you have about 5 seconds for me to make the judgment call to shoot or not to shoot, and time to rack a metallic sound of a bolt on a rifle is not feasible. My rifle stays loaded a lot more of the time than the client's does, obviously, right? Because I'm the insurance policy. If something jumps out of the brush while we're on a stalk or something like that, I need to be ready to fend off an aggressive situation. So there was one time in particular, we were sitting in a spot just like that, and I said, you can go ahead and load your gun, put it on safety, and then set it down right here next to you, not leaned up against a tree where it can tip over. Lay it down. There's a nice little spot there underneath the little glassing tarp that we had. It was a little camo tarp, and we were set up in basically like a little ground blind ambush spot. And at some point, he went to fiddle with his pack or something, and he grabbed his gun and he turned it around while he was on his butt, and he pointed the muzzle right at me and then just set it in his lap. And I kind of lost my mind a little bit.
Mm.
I told him, I said, in no uncertain terms, unload your gun. We're moving spots to a place where we don't have to do this because you can't show me that we're being safe.
Yeah.
So take the round out of the chamber, and this is now not an option for us to hunt here because I don't trust you to have your rifle loaded. This is a matter of you don't know how to get a hold of the right people to get somebody out of here if we get hurt. I'd showed him how to run the SOS on my InReach, but still, there's an element of that he has to be able to know how to text back and forth. And his phone isn't Bluetooth to my InReach, so analog texting off my InReach to the Coast Guard to say, hey, I just shot my guide with my, whatever he had. I don't remember. But yeah, I basically told him
you got to deal with those people. What's he look like? What's he wearing? Is he responsive?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Go down the goat road.
Exactly.
I think he's dead.
Yeah. By that time,
All right, we need to make sure he's dead. All right.
Pow!
Boom. I think
All right.
he's dead now.
Yeah, he's definitely dead. Yeah. No, that's a bad situation. Yeah. And even just safety conscious, like with knives, I get clients that offer to help with animals all the time, and I give them the same answer. No. I don't need a hand. I need you to hold a leg. You can hold a leg, and that's the extent of your help.
Yeah.
That's all I need from you. That'll make my job a lot easier, and it'll keep us both safe.
Right.
Because if we have two blades going on, I don't know how they are with a knife, and people get cut in the worst of ways. It seems like every year up here, and I'm sure there's a ton of it that never gets talked about, but people get cut bad, and especially now in the day and age of razor blade knives, everybody has a Havalon.
Yeah.
Seems like every
Or a
client
goat
I
knife or
have
something, yeah.
has some kind of a surgical blade, scalpel type of knife, and they all think that it's the greatest thing. Oh yeah, have you heard of these Havalons? Yeah, I've been using Havalons for a long time. But no, you're not going to use one. You don't need to use it. That's part of my job too. And yeah, I mean, a packer, sure, someone that is there to help on the hunt that is a paid person to participate in the hunt is a different story. Like when Mariah's, packing on this hunt for me, if we kill a ram or a caribou or a grizzly bear, I trust him to help with the knife work. And that'll make the job go a lot faster. But with other people that you don't know and you don't trust.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm sure like it's with you, people in the duck blind. There's probably a lot of people in the U.S. that get shot with a shotgun every year. Duck hunting.
Oh, yeah.
Or with fishing clients.
Had a couple close calls.
I've been shot. I've been in a duck blind like 4 or 5 times in my life, but I've been shot in a duck blind.
I've had a couple close calls.
Yeah.
You've been shot in a duck blind?
Well, I mean, the guy wasn't in the duck blind with me. He was across the lake shooting at ducks on the water.
You got peppered?
Oh,
yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Yep.
I'm sure with fishing clients it's the same way. Like every
yeah.
first cast, every new client that you have, their first cast, you're probably standing a wide berth away.
Yeah, my favorite place is right next to him on the opposite corner. But I had a few years back, I had the ladies from work. I was like, hey, ladies, like if you want to go out, like I'll take you out for free. I just want to get some pictures, publicity.
Sure.
Throw it on Facebook. And I had this one girl, and she was casting, and I was tracking her whip the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, it's getting kind of close to the other girl.
Fly fishing?
Fly fishing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's getting kind of close to the other girl. And none of them had waders. And so we spaced out on the boat nice and wide, and we were able to make it happen. And I was like, I'm not letting her like bury a hook in the back of this chick. So I just went and stood. I just went and kind of stood where I would figure a fly would wind up.
Yeah.
And it found me.
Ouch.
Yeah, it found me. And then she's, oh my God. I'm like, nah, it's okay. It's part of the job. I take it out of the sweater and, put some little fly floating on it and let it go. And then, about 10, 15 minutes later, it found me again. And I said, you know what? Why don't you go cast on the other side of the boat? And then at the end of the day, I was like, you know what? If you want my phone number, you can ask for a business card. They're a little cheaper. Like, and they're free.
Yeah.
But no, I've been peppered. I've been peppered across the lake retrieving a duck, and somebody just goes like, "Ooh, duck!" Pow. And she skips across the water.
Yeah.
Peppers me a little bit. I have this one.
You ever guided Dick Cheney?
Thank God I haven't. But
I don't think anybody's been guiding him for a while.
I hate to be
He's on that list that Max was talking about earlier.
I hate to be his packer. But I had this woman, and we went out and we hunted for the morning, and I think she shot 1 or 2 birds, and she had some errands to run midday, so she went off, ran her errands, and she came back like 45 minutes before, or maybe an hour before shooting light, and she's like, "Can I still get my birds? Can I still get my birds?" I was like, "Yeah, we can make this happen." So we run out, set up the decoys real quick, just jump in 2 blinds, and this girl was just you want to talk about a bad shot, man? Oh my God! I think she ran through a whole box of shells.
There was a lot of shooting.
There was a lot of shooting, not a lot of killing. Not a lot of killing. It was very tough. Like she had never held a gun before. And a little heavier set woman, and we get out there, and she just couldn't hit. She couldn't hit anything. She couldn't kill anything dead. She couldn't hit anything dead, that's for sure. But it took her a whole box of shells before she knocked 1 bird out of the sky. And then I just had her walk up and then shoot it and drag it back to the blind. And then we had 1 more to go. But yeah. So she. So I think I gave her a handful of shells. I'm like, lady, this is 5 shells. If you can't get it done with these last 5 shells, we're done. And it's winding down, and there are just birds everywhere. It was anarchy out there. So it was like, as fast as you could get back in the blind, birds were coming in and landing. It was it's a sight to see. And lo and behold, she finally knocks her last bird out of the sky. I was like, yes, but it's crippled, it's wounded.
Yeah.
And there's so many birds around that it doesn't really get that it's going to die. So it's kind of being stupid. It's not running off on us like they're supposed to. And I said, all right, come on. Hey, we're just going to go walk. Like, we're going to go put a stock on this thing. It's only 60, 70 yards away. Like, we're just going to put a stock on this thing and we're just going to walk up and you're just going to turkey shoot the thing, right?
Yeah.
So mistake number one, I got in front of her. And we start walking and I'm kind of creeping along and I'm waving my hand behind me like, come on, like just move nice and slow. I don't think it's going to run on us. Like, come on. And I'm starting to think like, where is she in my mind? Where is she? I turn around. She's wearing this full on one piece jumpsuit and she could barely hold the shotgun up. She's leaned back. And she's got the gun up on the ready, off of safe, pointed straight at me, through me into the bird. I look back at her, and you know what she does? She goes, move. And just waves her little hand like that. Move. And I was like, get your ass up here right now. like a kid.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Oh man, that just rubbed me the wrong way. And she waddles up to me, this one piece suit, and I get behind her this time, and I'm like, all right, shoot the thing, and pow, misses it. Pow, misses it again. Pow, misses it a third time, and the bird flies away.
Wow. Oh man.
So we were done. I said, no, we're done. We are done. I've had a ND in the blind before. Negligent discharge.
Yeah.
And I told the guy, everybody, hey, when we're just sitting here, safety's on, and point the gun in the safe direction. And one of the clients brought his big cocker. He had a big cocker spaniel, and he was running around. And next thing you know, the dog's in the blind with me, and I'm loving up on it. And then next thing you know, bang, out of nowhere, I'm like, whoa!
Really?
A dog freaks out, starts looking for a bird. I'm trying to collect myself. I'm checking myself. Is everybody okay?
Yeah.
Like, yes. And I look at the guy next to me, and he had never duck waterfowl hunted before. And I don't think he'd ever hunted before. Borrowed a shotgun from another friend of the group, and they just gave it to him and said, go buck wild. And so he ND'd, and I told him, like, yo, man, like, don't be molesting that trigger.
Yeah.
Like, that is not, this is not the place.
Yeah.
Don't be making sweet love to your trigger. And also, by the way, your gun should probably be on safe.
Yeah.
And man, like later, oh yeah, I should have known this guy was bad news off the get-go, right? First light, 5 minutes into shooting light, I had a single crane come land right in the decoys right off the corner. And since I knew he was new, I was like, hey man, I want you to slowly get up off of your butt, maybe get to a knee and shoot that bird. We're in like this tall grass.
Mm-hmm.
And like just poke up. And so he opens his blind door and I'm watching him and he pokes his head up just a little bit. And I'm like, do you see him? And he goes, oh yeah. He goes, oh yeah. He picks up his gun and he spins this decoy around on the stake. Just slams this decoy. And I was like, oh my God. Dude.
Survey says you did not see.
Survey says. Yeah.
Oh man.
Hey Max, it's a little off topic, but talk about how those cranes are like when they're injured. It's a trip.
Yeah,
I never realized
I've
running
crippled,
up on them like crippled. They're fighters.
They're big, tough birds. Sometimes you wing them. They got a huge wingspan, so sometimes you're not just hitting all vitals. You're clipping a wing. They'll hit the ground, and from running the trips for a couple of years, I kind of figured out if you get up and start walking toward them, they're just going to start running. They got some big, tall legs, and they can clear some ground. I've chased them for half a mile.
Same.
Over half of a mile.
I'm a bad shot. I know what you're talking about.
Running after them. But what I have figured out, and this is for anybody who's hunting these things without a dog, just run after them as fast as you can. Yep.
clear the distance, you'll get to this distance where they'll turn around and they'll posture up.
Yeah.
And they'll try to fight you.
Yeah.
And it's only like maybe like it depends on the bird and how desperate they are, but maybe like 10, 15 yards, they'll realize like they can't run away from you. So they'll turn around and they'll hiss.
Yeah.
And they'll posture up at you and they'll stick
It's intense.
They'll stick their neck out at you.
Yeah.
But that's like a perfect alley for your size 12s. And I just come up and I kick them right underneath the chin. They fall on their back. I grab them by the legs. At this point, their legs are scraping at sky.
Yeah.
And they've got some gnarly claws. They got some fighting talent. They've got spurs.
Yeah.
Got some gnarly spurs on them. You grab them by the feet, you string them out, you grab them by the head, and in one big motion, you just go and just like wring their neck.
Yeah.
I started teeing off on them with the barrel. So I'd get on an empty chamber and just tee off on them.
I've had buddies do that. I've seen way too many bad videos of that, of guys trying to do that with geese. But I had a client. We shot this injured crane, or he wounded this crane, but it wasn't like, it was just dying. Like it wasn't running or anything. It wasn't up on its feet or nothing. It was just taking its last breaths. And I said, okay, you grab that bird. You grab that bird. I'm going to go for the far one. We'll regroup. And I walk out, and I hear like a whap. I'm like, the hell was that? I turn around. I see this guy picking up this bird. And I said, did you just shoot? Like, yeah. I'm like, with what? A 22? Like, that's all it sounded like was a pat. And he's like, no. I'm like, my shotgun. This guy walked up to this thing, execution style, this crane in the dirt at 6 inches. And that's what a shotgun blast sounds like into the dirt at 6 inches, is like a little 22 going off.
Wow.
I was like, oh my God, I hope you didn't want to mount that one.
Yeah.
Oh man. It was just, and I was like, you didn't have to do that, dude. Like, I could have just wrung its neck for you. But I get you don't want to suffer, but God, what a terrible last thing to see.
Chris, the first animal I ever killed was a goose that was attacking my brother, and I teed off on it like we were talking about.
With a shotgun?
No, with a shotgun. No, with a little makeshift sword. We were kids, but like, just boing, right across the neck, and thing turned sideways 90 degrees, and it was done.
Gabe and I last year, we were like, he's like coaching me because that's my first time out there, and we're just knocking him dead. For weeks straight, we limited out. It was so fun, but dude, first bird I shot, I roll up on it and it's just doing exactly what Mac's talking about. It's like posturing and it just looks so sideways.
You see, they got like amber eyes with black pupils and they just grow like marbles.
Oh yeah, they don't break they don't break eye contact with you either. And Gabe just walks by me, dude, just clears his chamber and just tees off on this thing. Whap, and I'm like, that's how you do it? He's like, yep. He's like, pick a bird up. So we go back. I knock the next one, like walk up to it. I'm like, dude, this is crazy. It's
yeah.
I'm like, okay. Throw that in my pocket. Bing.
I've walked by because usually I'll go for the far one first and then pick up them as I come in. And I've walked by like, oh, that one's a dead one. Walk by, go grab a bird.
Gone when you come back on.
No, I'll come up to it. I'll reach down to pick it up. And I had this one jump up on, like it was on a spring, like a Jack in the Box, like boing. Like, whoa, dude, like get away from me, man. He just got a second wind.
Reanimated on you.
We've shot him. I usually grab him by the feet to pull him in. And I remember going out and grabbing this one. And this is just part of the job, I go out and grab this one and I start walking back and I'm like, man, what is that smell? I'm like, it just smelled like crap. And I'm like, I'm checking the bottom of my boots, like why do I smell like crap, man? I go pick up the next bird. I'm like, it just doubled. And I'm like, oh no. And I had looked at these cranes' feet and there was cow crap all over it. They had come out of the cow pasture right on the other side of the road. Yep. They had just came out, flew, quarter mile and landed with us. Yeah. And we shot them and they're in the cow pasture eating something out of there.
Yep.
Oh man, I had it all over my hands, dude.
Oh.
It's rowdy like when you gut check them, and then you're in your like your rain gear, you're in like your rain bibs, and you're just covered in crane guts
and grease.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah, they're really fatty.
You're kind of like makes you think about eating them, but they're so good.
But it's all
they are delicious.
You know,
part of the job.
Part of the job.
Things to consider if you're going to get into that line of work.
Things to consider, and yeah.
Let me ask you this: do you ever have to backup shoot for your clients?
All the time.
Yeah,
all the time. When I always jump up, I always shoulder, and if I see one, I've seen enough get hit to where if I see one starting to glide, or if I see one, they do. If you hit them in the wing, they'll go down. They look like a plane that just lost the wing. You know, it'll start that little tumble, that turn, and I'll just hit them again. I mean, it ain't gonna. You're already killing them. I'd just rather put them down.
Do you ever get clients that get real upset about that?
No, they don't know. They don't know. I mean, they're so wrapped up, and usually they're so wrapped up into shooting, and all the guns are going off, and they just don't know. But I do tell them right at the beginning. It's part of my safety orientation in the morning. We go through it. I like to say, has anybody ever not hunted in a layout blind before? Oh, all hands go up. All right. So then you teach them, hey, where the gun should go when we're not using it. Guns stay on safe. And then I say, hey, listen, back when I didn't have a dog to use, I'd be like, hey, listen, I don't have a dog. And I don't want to really chase these things forever because then I'm out there chasing a bird.
Right.
We can't be shooting while I'm out running around the
field.
Less
time you're hunting.
Yeah, exactly. So if I see you guys hit one, I'm going to hit one too. Like if I see you hit that one, and I'll be looking, like I'm not shooting my limit out here. Like if I see one get hit and I'm like, that one needs another one, I'll hit it again. But I say, if you hit one, just keep working on your limit because we'll get them.
Right.
We'll get them. Like, and if I sail that one too, like I'll go chase it. That's my job. And now I got a dog.
Yeah.
I got a dog to use. And it's like having a buddy with a boat. Like, why own a boat when you got a buddy with one?
I got a question for you. You ever have because those things, dude, they fall with authority. Like if once they fold up,
cranes.
Cranes. Like, dude, they hit you, they'll knock you, they'll take you out. I mean, they hit with authority.
Oh, have I ever got hit with one?
Have you ever had them hit clients or run into the blinds or anything?
No, I've definitely had them hit next to us and they make a thud.
Dude, yeah. I've seen them knock limbs off trees and stuff.
I've almost caught ducks before.
Have you?
Coming down, I've almost caught a duck. But no, I've definitely seen videos of dudes getting brained with geese.
Yeah,
in the pits and the blinds, and
Gabe shot a crane last year, and I didn't know any better, and that thing just went whizzing by me. And boom! I turn around, there's just all these twigs airborne and stuff. What? I can feel it in my feet.
At that point, I'm more worried about the dog because he's already out of the blind running after him, and the dog that I use has already got whooped by a crane before. He's already got, he knows, if that thing's still alive, he ain't gonna mess with it.
I see people put goggles on their dogs.
Yeah,
and stuff.
Rec specs,
big
goggles, vests, because not only are their beak, they'll go for eyes.
But then their claws too, and
but then their claws, and they'll try to claw a face. I've seen a lot of dogs when they're carrying one back that's still can't walk, can't fly, can't really move, but still alive. It still has his head up. They'll turn because think of a dog holding that bird in his mouth. They'll turn and start pecking at their ribs.
Oh yeah,
and they'll start trying to get at their ribs, and then they'll and then drop it, and then you just go back But I've also seen some bad dogs.
Yeah,
I've seen some bad dogs. Like wire hair pointers. They'll go out and just bully one of those cranes, alive or dead. They'll go out and just whoop its butt like it owed it money. Like it just owed it money.
Well, not to jump too far off that train, but we are going to have you back to do a full waterfowl and hunting how-to
I'd love to.
episode here in a few weeks, I'm sure. But for the guiding aspect of things, I did have a quick cross comparison. We've talked a lot about the big game and the waterfowling, and that was kind of my expectation in asking you that question earlier in the show. Is like, do you get a kind of more of these, I guess like day people that don't take it as seriously, with your clients, Dalton, you're out there high dollar hunts with people who are probably very capable individuals, right? In most cases.
Yeah.
Or as you put, professionals at something.
Yeah.
Would you say, have you ever run into a situation with somebody like trying to sneak contraband into the field? I mean, obviously camp is one thing, right? Like camp life is camp life, but like
there's this,
into the field.
Yeah. I mean, the most outfitters tend to enforce a no alcohol and a spike camp policy.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
There are guys that will try to subvert that.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good idea. I had one guy not too long ago. I have to be careful too, because I recommend the podcast to a lot of podcast clients to listen to the podcast, and a lot of them do. So I'm not going to get very specific on details of different things.
Yeah, we're not trying to call anybody out individually.
Right.
Yeah.
But not too long ago, there was an individual that, he was insistent that his ritual was to bring in some liquor into the field, and that was his kind of celebratory means, right? For after he killed his animal, like he had this little thing, and it wasn't enough to be like an inebriating amount of alcohol.
Sure. Yeah.
But it's just a bad idea.
Yeah.
Right? It's the principle of it, of you give an inch and then they take a mile.
Yeah.
So you say he can bring a shooter and then he brings a pint.
Mm-hmm.
Or you say he can bring a pint to have one sip a night with his buddy at the end of each day, and then they say, well, we'll just bring a fifth.
Yeah.
Well, that's not going to fly.
No.
Right? And so, yeah, there's been situations where there have been other guides present, and I'm not, the head of that hunt, and that happens. But if I'm running the hunt, then there's no liquor in the field. I just think it's a bad idea.
Well, that's a safety thing, like you talked about, Maxwell. I mean, it's not a good idea.
Yeah.
Even if it is just around the campfire in the evening times. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
especially when you're in a more exposed setting like that. I mean, anything can happen at any time.
Well, and that's what I tell clients is like, dude, we are sleeping out here. Whether we are bear hunting or not, there could be a bear around the area. Like,
right.
Anywhere I hunt in the state, there's a chance of having a bear around camp, right? And so you have to be on your toes when you're in the tent at night.
Oh,
and
yeah.
You don't want to be half baked or half plastered.
Yeah.
Half plastered at night. And then you're, wondering, what's that noise outside my tent? Is that my guide? And then, no, it has teeth and claws and it's trying to drag you out of your sleeping bag.
Or it is the guide.
Or it is the guide, and then they freak out and start throwing lead.
Yeah, shooting through the tent walls.
Yeah. So that, you need to be on edge, not to the point where you're freaked out all the time, but to the point that you are aware of your surroundings. Situational awareness.
Yeah.
I've never had anybody try to sneak a weed pen or anything like that in the field, but I've never also had a young client. That seems like it'd be a younger person thing.
As a previous chronic inebriate, the old guys do it too. There's plenty of old guys who do it too.
Weed pens?
Oh yeah.
In modern day and age?
Really?
Oh yeah. They're not so set in their ways. They evolve. Just like the rest of us.
It's surprising the number of people you see with like vape pens and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Like like you see somebody and you don't think.
I mean, I see young people
Seems
with
like
them.
every other car on the highway these days.
Yeah, you see a lot of young guys, but every once in a while you see like an old
I go-
dude or something with a vape.
I go
Yeah,
through
really.
I go through clouds of skunk.
Mhm.
Fairbanks
Oh, man.
all the
Oh,
time.
yeah.
You go through that last overpass on your way out of Fairbanks, on the way onto the Richardson.
That's because there's a store there.
Yeah, obviously. But like that's the first thing I smell on my morning drive if my job site's out in North Pole. That's the first thing I got to smell when I leave town.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, there's the devil's lettuce,
Dude.
or the skunk cabbage.
I don't care. I don't care
The
what
electric.
people do, but like we were in Walmart one night with my
man.
son, and this dude's just vaping a weed pen in Walmart.
Really?
Yeah, and I just was like, dude, if it was like 5 years ago,
Right.
we would just work this out right here.
That dude's just sitting there like, I'll take the $50 fine. That's okay.
Yeah, it's like if I wasn't a dad, you'd be getting a lot more than a $50 fine, right? Like, I mean, that's just disrespectful.
And I hate to admit this, but I've been that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And
we've all been that guy, dude.
But what's so bad walking out of Walmart with 5 loaves of bread? Okay, what's so bad? Okay, that I can't remember what I went in there for. Sometimes you just gotta decompress, man.
In Walmart?
In Walmart.
Chris is just all of a sudden not a fan.
I mean, to be fair,
yeah,
it is
Max.
Walmart.
No, me and Max got a good history.
It is.
There's a whole Facebook
My boy.
page dedicated.
I
to
know what
that
you're
kind
talking
of
about
Walmart
too,
stuff.
though. You know, the thing is, like, I used to have my toddies in public when I was younger and stuff. I mean, I went pretty hard, you know, and I gave that up about 5 years ago here. But dude, I'm not like whipping a fifth out like, hey kid, they're just blowing a weed cloud in my kid's face. It's getting real.
No, oh yeah, and that's not right.
I mean, that's just or you're out in public, you're enjoying yourself, and like, dude, I don't care what people do. I really don't. I mean, but
just as long as it doesn't affect
you.
Don't
blow that in my kid's face.
Yeah. No, that's the whole basics to everything is do what you want, enjoy what you want, but don't affect other people.
Run into my car because you're lit.
Exactly.
Because we're gonna go at it too.
I'll stand on business at that point.
That's right. We're gonna work this out. I might lose, but we're gonna have a lot more than a car accident going on here.
All right. So we are we at the 4 hour mark yet?
No. Pressing the time.
No.
We're not at 5 hours yet.
We're not at 5 hours yet.
Let's not get there.
3:45.
Exactly. So one last question for you in regards to getting into guiding. So obviously with the big game stuff, there's the, cold calls, get into packing, get into assistant guide, get into registered guide.
There's like
on and up from there, right?
Yeah.
But with these other styles, I mean, fishing, waterfowl, stuff like that, you've probably got to have a level of proficiency before you even dive into that world, or is there an avenue for, we hear stories of young guides all the time that get into the big game guiding through packing at 18 years old without a lot of experience
program. Yeah.
And that's how they get their hunting experiences by being in camp and following assistant guides and then becoming one and then following along with registered guides and learning from the old guys like Dalton was talking about earlier and gaining that experience in camp. But with waterfowl, I mean, I'm assuming you don't have a packer in your blind,
No, that's that's up to you.
You've kind of got to be at that level before you get there.
Yeah. Especially, I mean, with the, I'm just kind of correlating to fly fishing, and there's a whole lot of different ways you can go fly fishing, either via like floats or power boats, but like through that, I think you would just basically start out. Like, I mean, when I started out as a fishing guide in Illinois, I was like cleaning boats at the end of the day.
Right.
Like I could fish. Like I knew I could fish and everybody else knew I could fish, but it got to the point where I just kind of befriended the captains and the first mates, and I'd be like, hey, I'll clean the boat at the end of the day for like $50. That's a great way to get yourself onto a boat. I mean, I'm talking like Lake Michigan here, but even at probably would work in Alaska, hanging out the boat launch or the takeouts and being like, hey, I'll clean the deck or whatever for, however much you want to pay me. Like I'll do some work. And then that's kind of your foot in the door to maybe this guy's, oh gosh, this guy keeps bothering me to clean my boat all the dang time. And he actually does a pretty good job, I wonder. And that could open the door for you getting out on the boat and kind of taking people fishing. And then next thing you know, the guy's like, hey, how would you like to get your captain's license? And then if that's something you could do, you can go get your captain's license. But with the waterfowl, besides, doing it for a long time and learning how to like call, that would be, I would recommend, if you've never done it before, like family just isn't waterfowlers or whatever, find a buddy, find a forum. If you want to, and I wouldn't say like, oh, if some guy's never waterfowl hunted before, like he's probably not going to want to be a waterfowl. He probably doesn't have this dream of being a waterfowl guide, but I mean, and there's so much other different styles of guiding out there. I mean, we have a company here in Fairbanks that does like scenics like hikes.
Yeah.
And they do like a little hot tea and sandwich on the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
And they take you around and I'd say there's a whole laundry list of things you need to be a guide, but one is patience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
One is some knowledge. You definitely need to know what you're talking about, because I hate to stay and talk about stuff that I don't know about.
Sure.
Because I'm gonna say something and then somebody's gonna be like, well, actually, a little bit of empathy. Empathy really goes a long way.
Yeah.
Kind of put yourself in their shoes.
Yep.
And that perseverance and your attitude goes a long way. You don't want to be just this mean person who's just being nasty to everybody just because you want to get them on a bear. Like,
sure.
Yeah. I mean, we get you want them to hunt or fish or get after something, but they also want to enjoy it.
Right.
And
especially if it's their once in a lifetime.
Right. And that's what you're there to do, to get them to enjoy it.
I've had clients all the way like just on the empathy point. I've had clients that show up for a hunt and say, I'm in the middle of a divorce and I have several kids, all under the age of 10, and this is the hardest thing I've ever had to go through in my life, but I can't afford to not go on the hunt because I already paid for it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's an immediate, pea-filled balloon dropped over the mood of the whole thing, right? Like that's not fun for anybody.
No.
But so then I have to change my approach. Now I'm not going to necessarily be cracking jokes and asking them about their life story and trying to be all upbeat. You have to adjust to the temperament of the client.
Right.
And that guy in particular left and gave me a hug and shed a tear and said, I was wondering how I'd be able to handle this, but having someone here to just listen, because he doesn't know me. I don't know him. I haven't talked to him since. He hasn't reached out to me, and that's fine. But to him, there was just something nice about, there's another guy that I share hunting in common with. He's my guide for a 2-week-long hunt. I'm just going to unload and explain what's going on because, whether or not he has anything good to respond with, which I didn't say a whole lot of advice because I don't know what to say to somebody like that.
Yeah, you're not going through that.
Yeah, I don't know what that's like. That's a really hard and sad situation. But what I didn't do is get down on the dumps and cry and be depressed about it.
Mm-hmm.
I just tried to remain positive and, just keep the focus on what we're there for.
Yeah, keep it upbeat.
And he just every day would just explain a different facet of what's going on. And by the end of it, he seemed to be doing a lot better. Like a lot better.
Yeah, it's therapy.
And
I was just going to say, for a lot of us, that's the whole benefit of hunting and getting into the outdoors is everything else melts away.
Yeah.
It's like,
nothing
even
else matters.
Just being down there fishing for 3 days in Valdez, right? Like, I've got a lot going on right now in life. I've got a lot of moving pieces. I've got a lot of things to worry about. When I was out there on the salt, I wasn't thinking about any of that stuff.
Didn't matter.
I was thinking about what's nibbling on the end of that line. What's in this area? What's the weather doing? What's this? And same thing when you're on a hunt.
Yeah.
I mean, even just sitting in the bear bait. I mean, you're sitting there and everything else melts away because you're listening to nature. You're sitting there watching bears. Like,
Dalton, like, you are extremely fortunate to have a wife that not only is okay with you leaving for that extended amount of time, but is 100% supportive. And if you are, married or have a girlfriend or in any type of relationship, that is going to put a amount of stress on a relationship doing this, whether it's leaving for 30 some odd days to go sheep and bear and moose hunting, or if it's you're like me, I'm busy every single weekend fly fishing and gone, or I have a whole waterfowl season ahead of me. I'll be gone for 30 some odd days, and like, I'm just not going to be on my phone all day. I'm trying to talk, entertain clients, try to get birds on ground, and just try to. And when I was in a relationship in that guiding,
that guiding world when I was out in the middle of nowhere and I was writing. I had an inReach and I texted every once in a while, but I wrote letters. I wrote everything about what I did today, and those are some things that, if you were thinking about going out to a big camp, maybe that would be something you could do: is write a letter, give it to the pilot. Hey, drop this off at the post office on your way into town, please and thank you. Something that you could just do to try to maintain that healthy relationship would go a long way. And and I just pray that you have. I just pray that if you get into this, you have somebody that is supportive and into it.
Well, and that kind of falls down to relationship basics too. I mean, really, and that's because that's true of whatever you're into in life, and if it happens, something like this is much more extreme in some of those regards. It's probably going to be a little bit harder to find someone who's okay with it. But you got to be
like me. But
if
you know anybody who's okay with me leaving for him all the time,
and you want to go to the Costco food court,
members exclusive restaurant.
It's a members exclusive.
But you got to be on the same path in life. You've got to be.
I told my wife before we got married that if the day ever came that she wanted me to stop guiding, or at least to cut back, that I would do it. And I've been doing it for years now. And I tell her every year, I remind her, you still have the decision in your hands that if you ever change your mind, I'll stop. Or if she wants me to only guide one season a year instead of spring and fall, then I'll cut back and do one or the other. Because at the end of the day, your marriage is the most important thing in your life. If you're a married man, your responsibility is to your wife and your family. That's it. Full stop. But there is no, well, I have to do this, and that this is just who I am. Well, then you're full of yourself, and your marriage is never going to last anyway. Even if you stay home and you have that kind of attitude, that's just a bad recipe for life. That's just self-involved.
Happy wife, happy life, man.
Yeah, and that's a super cliche saying, but it's kind of true.
Oh, it's very true.
Yeah,
that's it's not a one-sided thing.
And I'm not married, but I could see that.
Yeah.
I could see that. I mean, I've taken plenty of husbands and wives out.
Yeah.
And if I can make that, if I could get the wife on more fish than the husband, then then it's a great day. Like I'm really for the guy, but I'm trying to get more fish into the hands of
I heard
woman.
the one guy that RJ on the fly, his wife was messing with him about that.
Yeah,
I was the winner.
Yep, and she outfishes him all the time. He just doesn't want to admit it.
Yeah. No, it's important that if you're married, and that's what I tell people too, is if you think you want to become a guide, especially in Alaska, and you think you want to start on that, and you're 18, 19 years old, and you're not married, then start now.
That's the time.
Because
don't wait.
It doesn't get any easier, because then you get a job that you stick with for a few years.
Gosh, you get older.
And you get consistent income, which is going to go away when you start guiding.
Yeah.
And then you get a girlfriend, and then you get engaged, and then you get married, and now all of a sudden, now you have bills to pay, and you have a wife at home, and then you start thinking about having a family, and then you buy a house, and now all of a sudden, you can't financially or practically justify leaving and taking a huge pay cut and doing all that just because you like to do it. So you have to start young. It's a huge commitment,
man.
I can't speak to what you guys do, but just working away from home in the past, and then like I remember when I was single, working in Prudhoe and different places and like traveling around, and you see people like couples that you're like, oh dude, these people are built for this, and next thing you know, they're getting a divorce because they've never been subjected to that kind of separation. They're this super awesome couple together at the end of every day, and then that's the test that breaks them.
I don't need a tangent, but military is the same way.
I was just going to say that's rampant in the military.
Yep. I mean, and like everybody says, oh, well, if it's a good woman or if it's a good relationship. No, because I've watched that. I've watched super strong couples just get that time apart. It ain't good. And people don't know how to operate like that either. People don't know how to communicate like that. They need that face-to-face every day.
Not to put the whole doom and gloom cloud over the guiding aspect. So just to end on a positive note, if you're looking for the most field time possible and the best way to just spend a ton of time in the field, and not completely have to fund it all yourself on personal hunts and taking time off from work, there's no better way than to become a packer and then an assistant guide.
Yeah.
In the state. There is no replacement for that. Unless you are of the age that you could retire early and you have so much money that you can just disappear for a while, which is almost a completely non-existent faction of the people up here. If you want to spend that much time in the field a year, you have to do something like that. And it's a great way to just learn a lot, get to meet a lot of neat people, you learn stuff from every client, and you get to hunt all over the place.
Yep.
It's a blast.
Yeah. No, it's definitely...
I enjoy it.
It's definitely... There's a lot to consider. I think you guys have done a great job of pointing a lot of those factors out. But, I mean, there's also a lot of people that have lived very happy lives doing this with their, with a wife that supports it, with a family.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like you have to choose this or a family. You just have to be selective about the family you build because, it's just like you pointed out, Maxwell, military. You know, if you're a career Army guy and you're gonna be deployed every other year, every third year, like that's something you have to your spouse has to take into consideration. You know, it's all well and good when you're back here in garrison, but when you go, you're gone and you're not able to call every night all the time. You're not always able to FaceTime and you might miss birthdays and stuff like that. And that's just got to be something that's expected. This falls into that realm, you know?
Yeah,
so,
sure it does.
But anything else you want to point out to the new folks before we wrap up?
Don't take a dump in your waders.
Yeah, don't take a dump in your waders.
Don't miss.
Do always do your best. And man, if you get into the guiding industry, I wish you the best of luck. Just always try to be positive, keep your clients positive. Just keep on trucking. That's all I can say, man. Just stick with it and just try to be a better you every day out there.
Life's a garden. Keep on digging.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
Some people say it's too much. Not for me, though. Not for me.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for sitting down with us, spending your evening here. And actually, just to give credit where credit's due, you suggested this episode, thinking it would be a great thing for people to hear.
Yes, I did. That's right. It came to me. It came to me in the wee hours of the night. It sounded a lot better in my head, though. A lot better.
But I'm going to write a book.
He might do it.
I might do it.
Now it's the wee hours of the morning.
Now it's the wee hours of the
It is.
You got to do it.
I didn't want to come on here, but it was so bad. I knew I had to.
I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it. No, I appreciate you bringing the suggestion here. For anybody, like we get a lot of suggestions in the emails and in the like Instagram chats and whatnot of like what people would like to see on an episode. For anybody listening, I mean, obviously Maxwell has all of our phone numbers. He can hit us up directly and say, dude, this would be an awesome episode. And it happens a little faster. But, whenever somebody writes in, anybody listening right now, if you write in with an idea, that goes on a list. We have a full list of ideas for you guys where you guys have spoken to what you are interested in hearing about. And, some of those we've been able to get to fairly quickly. Other ones, if there's like a specific guest that we're trying to get back on, obviously got to work out some scheduling there. But if you have something you're interested in or you feel would be a good episode, hit us up. Let us know what you're curious about, what we can talk about, what we can help you out with. So we love that stuff. Same thing. If you have any questions about what we talked about today, you can go to thenorthernhunter.com. Hit up that contact button right on the homepage. That'll get us an email to the emails. And you can also hit up our Instagram or Facebook page. If you search at The Northern Hunter, you'll find us there. While you're on our website, if you would feel so kind as to shop from some of our sponsors. We've got a lot of great companies that have decided they like what we're doing, and they've provided discount codes for most of them. Those links and discount codes are listed on the website in the partners page. Right next to that is the shop. We've got merch, hats, hoodies, t-shirts, all the good stuff. And the easiest way to help us out, honestly, is just giving us a rating and a review on whatever platform you're listening to us on. It's the best way to get this show pushed out in front of new people, help the algorithm, get it to people who like hunting in Alaska and just want to learn as much as they can about it. And there's always a share button. So 5 stars is always best. Written reviews go a long ways. And if you share it with a friend that might be interested in, like today's episode, getting into guiding, if you have a friend that's into that, maybe they'd be interested in hearing what we talked about today. So hit that share button, get it out there. And Maxwell, thank you once again for coming on the show and sharing your expertise with us. And gentlemen, Dalton and Mo, I wish you the best of luck out in the field. We will try to get episodes out every Monday while you're gone. Kind of been the one holding that together. So
yeah, I'll see everybody in a couple of months.
There you go. All right. Well, best of luck to you, Chris. Thanks for sitting with us again. Thank you, Maxwell, and to everybody listening. Until next time, get out there, get after it, and good luck. See you around.